Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to the Spiritborn. Yes, you heard right. I wasn't sure if we're going to make it, but here we are, and we're going to be trying to do Poison Spiritborn as good as we can with a Pestilent Swarm counter attack level 36, bringing everything down. I guess with the main appeal of creating a build that's just so easy to farm that is not even funny anymore, right? The ease of farm galore, essentially. Let's see what we can do with that, right? We're going to keep the 2 skill points here to later spend them. Then we're going to talk to a good old Tyrell. Starting with a, double XP. I mean, I really don't want to start with a Nightmare Dungeon, but I guess I cannot say no to double XP, can I? I mean, first things first, let's craft sigils. 15, hope that one has, none has, another 5. Wow. Not a single one does have a bonus. I might as well junk all the keys. I'm pretty sad now. Diablo, good to see you there. Bradley, also good morning. Pleasure. I know Spiritborn is not the most played class this season, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't cover it, right? So we're going to start with the power of poison, like poison basic attacks as well. So we'll go with a whole poison theme. As in the end game, like poison is the shtick, right? You're going to go pestilent swarms around you. You can pretty much waltz into a Helltide and everything around you will just get poisoned and die. So under that premise, I guess it could be interesting to like try to actually level with poison. I'm gonna do Stinger now here. It's our 2 skill. So we're gonna pull the points out of the basic skill again. Come on to Stinger. Do like mad damage right now. So one hit, like, poisons them already to death, and then Stinger does, like, a big attack, right? That hits more opponents. But we need to, like, create a resource. So any resource creation stick will be very important. I already missed my cool Zeal skill from the Paladin that we just made a couple of days ago, right? Well, we'll see where this goes. Oh my goodness. Setting in all that poison explosion might have not been the smartest thing in the world, huh? Okay, Strider shoes. On we go. Honestly, Stinger is kind of cool, though. Like, you just hit them and it goes just like big boom head. Kind of nice. Poison Spiritborn is rough. I mean, the start is probably going to be rough, like, right? But I know that in the end game, it's going to be absolutely brilliant. So the biggest challenge will be getting the pestilent swarms. I think there is a there was a glyph for that. I'm not sure if that one still exists. To already like utilize early to just make your whole journey a bit more convenient. I mean, on our Sork, for example, we used the barrier glyph to give ourselves like easy access to resource. So I wonder if we can do the same with the Spiritborn, kind of. Okay, what do we need here? We probably want to have the Vortex. Probably want to have the Ravager, and we want to have the Toxic Skin. All of this like working. And Ravager is passively giving us ferocity, so that's attack speed. Toxic Skin is passively giving us poison, and we can poison enemies. And with Vortex, we can pull things together. So all pretty like straight on. Sad thing about Spiritborn is it only has one real viable build. Yes, but is that so sad? I mean, Leonardo, it's in the end just what it is. Per season, there might be 1 or 2 viable builds per class, and these builds might or might not change. So that is to a degree just what it is. And you know, a lot of people don't like this, and it's okay to not like that because, you know, you want to play more variety. I can just go with Toxic Skin and everything just dies behind me. That's actually funny. But sometimes there's just not many viable builds per class. And that's then what it is. Okay, here, let's go for the poison, right? And I'm just walking through. It's actually kind of funny. Okay, 5 gives us here, what is it? You gain vigor per second for every nearby enemy poisoned with fists. Yeah. I guess if I want to go like for more right? For more vigor, probably the best way to go. Okay, there hasn't been a single Slay the Banes of Eridu. Lightning Rushing Claw works as well. Well, the Lightning Rushing Claw is for movement, and it's part of the poison shtick. So, like, we will play the Lightning Rushing Claw, no worries. But you obviously can't start with that, right? Nothing to begin your journey with. It's something to build into. Dude, the damage, though, is nasty from the basic skills here. I mean, Spiritborn, like, with normal hits, just chunks. I'm gonna be intrigued to see how this develops, honestly. But, like, is the Pestilence Swarm glyph still in? It's not, right? You can't make Pestilence Swarms anymore. They probably have made things too easy. Rock Splitter has a lot of synergy early game. Well, you can go for Rock Splitter because Rock Splitter is a mobility skill. And then you can go for Cast 2 mobility skills, Rune, Moni, together with whatever you wish to. And that's like kind of cool. But as I said, we want to go with a poison stick early on because we're literally like, we want to do poison later. So you might as well just like try how poison actually vibes when you're just trying to full send it as a poison Spiritborn, right? And so far, I can't say it's not working. Question rather is how smooth can you make it, right? That's where it gets interesting. Now you need to go back to Helltide. Are your builds on the Mobalytics website? Yes, all my builds are the Mobalytics website, and every single video has their own planner. Okay, so that one gives us initial impact, increases damage. A stinger strikes a vulnerable enemy. Okay, we're gonna do more damage on initial impact. Vortex generates vigor. Well, critical strikes reduce cooldown, I reckon. 2 more points. We can have the... That's it. That's increased vigor generation. That's actually nice. And we can have per second while active. Yeah. So we can use all of this to just make resource right now. When I just slam my face on the keyboard, we can just increase our resource generation. That seems pretty nifty, to be honest. Here's a video from level 1 to Torment 12 Sork, Ismail. We like on YouTube, you can find them easier. There's the live stream tab, but we have them all on Twitch as well. I mean, the past broadcast just has it all up. See, if I activate all my skills, my vigor just comes back like super quick. So that's amazing. I feel like the animation to get this bird out is quicker than my other animations. Oh my goodness, that fire almost cooked me. Jesus. Summon Helltide lady. Probably just going to die, right? When we summon her. Nah, I mean, we're really boosting out some damage here. Kind of rely on Vortex as a skill, right? Because if we can't pull things together, I feel like the poison wants like things pulled together so I can like really hit them nicely with one splurge. Yeah, let's see. Pop, pop, pop. Pull her together. Pop. Okay, yeah, like Mr. like useless level 10 player. You're not helping. As a Paladin, Paladin's not helping at this stage of the game, right? Paladin is just gonna cost us. Let me get my resource up. Up. It's a bit similar to the Barb in the beginning because the Barb also was like fighting for his life, right? To get basic things done. Okay, Paladin, you're really not helping. Jesus, Chad. Why do other players have to be in my game? Not helpful, sir. Not helpful the slightest. Okay, level 9 gives us the counterattack if we wanted to, but the problem with the counterattack is that it at this point wouldn't do anything for us. So we could probably get Scourge up. Because Scourge would increase our Storm of Insects, right? 70 seconds, and we can increase our damage, I think, with Scourge. So that should work in some regard. Let's see. But PoE2 patch notes tomorrow. Is PoE patch notes coming for real tomorrow, VK? Is that confirmed? Because I've been looking for information everywhere and I couldn't see them. So we have to go over them with the community together. You have a league start in mind? No, I am literally waiting for the patch notes to, you know, decide what kind of league start I'd have in mind. Withering Fists are weakening enemies, and Stinger's area is 100% bigger. Damn, really? So I can go... Oof. Oh, wow. You know, that's pretty useful for leveling. You know, when you need an area skill, and you just get 100% bigger area. Don't get me wrong, but that's pretty nifty. I could need even more size, right? I'm gonna also go for more damage, but more size is king. Get that. That's not tomorrow confirmed. I'll check it. I was like waiting the whole time for confirmation on the patch notes. Biggest Q&A ever. May 21st. Ah, perfect. Thank you, brother. Probably in the evening, right? As always. That's the sad part. They release their patch notes always so late. It's crazy. So we have counterattack. There's a Rushing Claw coming, but I'm not sure if we want to start with Rushing Claw like right away, correct? Like if Rushing Claw would work. I mean, we probably have to remove our basic skill down the line to make Rushing Claw work. Oh, we have the second here. Ravidos also increased to maximum 2 ferocity. That's amazing. Minimum ferocity, actually. So we have minimum ferocity. Yeah. I need points out of this. We got Vortex deals increased damage. Yeah. We got Toxic Skin heals you. Sure, why not? Sure, why not? Getting everything together. I mean, we kind of want Rushing Claw, right? But I also kind of want all the others. So, yes, we got to get rid of the basic attack down the line. So if I somehow manage to restore my resource, I mean, I could restore my resource here over Vigor Generation, right? Like the question, how do we get our resource consistently restored without a basic skill in the beginning? Like which skills would we need? Which skills would work? 2 more levels. I mean, you could use Rushing Claw instead of a like basic attack, I guess, right? A core skill. But how would that work? That's the question, right? How would you use Rushing Claw instead of a basic skill? I feel like I need it right now. Rushing Claw. Brief of 4 shots by consuming stacks of ferocity. And Rushing Claw will do damage. Not yet. So yet it's useless. Weakens enemy. Grants 50 vigor over 6 seconds. So that would help us with the vigor generation. For sure. Is Rushing Claw Poison going to be your endgame build? That's at least the plan. Now, every plan is about to fall apart when you actually try it out, right? So we'll see what works, what doesn't work, kind of. right? I'd like to do that without like, so how do I say this now? So I know how annoying it is to play a evade build on a higher pit tier. So my general idea behind this build is right now, I want to create a build that would allow me to absolutely speed farm the end game, aka Rushing Claw, but not necessarily push the pit super deep, right? I mean, I know the build can push the pit super deep, but I wouldn't personally care for it, right? I just want to make it so that I have a build that allows me to absolutely zoom and boom through every piece of content, almost like an aura build, because that's what you can do with poison. And then we're going to be very happy. Kind of. That's my intention here right now. Now, without the basic skill, we wouldn't get along right now. So we still kind of require that. Yet. And maybe the Spirit Hall can help with like resources a bit in the beginning. See about that. 76 is a new chest. I mean, damage is nice for like a level build, right? We now could incorporate the rushing claw so that I can essentially jump around. That would be cool. Be nice. I mean, right now the problem is we don't have the resets, I guess, for what we need. We get a specialization here. So Withering Fist, third attack applies a burst. Problem is we're not really using Withering Fist third, right? It's just like touch the enemy quickly and then be good about it. And with Pala, how was it? Well, Pit 130 plus down, Uber Mephisto down, speed farming Pit 120, destroying everything in Torment 12 without even having to bother, completely undying. So how was it? Pretty damn friggin' good, partner. Paladin absolutely exceeded my expectations. People were setting me up for disappointment, but I wasn't disappointed. I was just having a grand old time. I think people set themselves up for disappointment by just like having played Paladin at its strongest and now having to play Paladin slightly weaker than it used to be. And obviously that made them like a bit sad about the reality of Paladin. But I can only say I had a killer time with Pala. Dude, we're being like on top of resources here. Quite nifty. I like that. So yeah, Paladin was cool. I genuinely enjoyed that one. And today we're gonna test out how we can do Spiritborn, right? What is required to make Spiritborn great again and feel good. I mean, this is just a fun playstyle, having like an explosion poison fist so far. Okay, if this fire thing, I think this fire thingy bugged because it wasn't actually doing fire, right? I was just getting like the infinite farm without having to do anything. Okay, I got my basic skill. So which Spirit Hall are we going to go for? I mean, the hitting enemy centipede skills reduces their damage, so that's useless. Gorilla would give me Barrier, so that's survival. Eagle would shoot Storm Feathers, but we don't do Eagle, so I guess Barrier? No. I mean, we could probably also just go for Centipede, but Barrier would probably make it safer to just play. Let's go with Barrier at first here now, okay? Let's go with the bonus poisoning for the leveling portion because more is more. What's your favorite class this season so far? Druid. Again, the Druid build was just the most fun so far. That being said, Sork right after because of the infinite teleports, followed up by Warlock due to the variety and fun. And then last but not least, I'd say the Necro was pretty brilliant. Paladin was good, obviously, because I just wanted to really make it work, but I'm just not the biggest Paladin fan, right? I've never understood the general hype about Paladin, why people wanted to be in the game. Never been like an archetype that interests me much. So no hating on it, because not you know, it's weak, just not a Paladin by heart. The Barb also brilliant, by the way. That one was great. I'm so happy we could make it work. A special question. Why is my GA strength only 151 while the strength range on 900 items is 150 from the normal stat? Are you comparing a two-handed item versus a one-handed item, maybe? Not entirely sure. T-Bolt's Will? T-Bolt's Will doesn't drop, my friend. T-Bolt's Will, you go to the cube and you craft pants up 2 uniques. That's the easiest way to get T-Bolt's Will. Okay? Craft pants, 2 uniques, and then pray that T-Bolt's Will drops. It's kind of like what you go with. I need boots. Yellow boots preferable. There, thank you. Why yellow boots? Oh, you know the deal, ladies and gentlemen. Why slock around when you can be a bit faster? Okay, we get a variation here. Stinger spawns 3 Pestilence Swarms. I guess that's already what we want, right? Right of the rib, you have 3 Pestilence Swarms going around you. They're 100% bigger. I mean, probably more damage against weakened enemies would be nice. And also, Stinger strikes a vulnerable enemy, I heal. But I don't, like, you know, I don't need this right now. I'd rather, like, have more damage. Then we have the Vortex. Increased damage, large area, grants. Yeah, Vortex is amazing. I like it. We get the... We're not going to pull points out here again. Ravage's passive gains comes of cooldown to close enemies. Yeah, so that makes things faster. Toxic skin's cooldown is reduced. Seconds and its damage weakens. Oh yeah, that's cool. Enjoying what we see here. That's not what we are looking for. I mean, that's technically what I'm looking for, but I'm sad that we don't get any bonuses, right? So it's just double Helltide without anything cooked on top of it. Are you going to do a rogue or are you not a rogue fan? The rogue builds that are out are not really entertaining to me. So not entirely sure if we're going to do rogue. No promises on that. I mean, we'll definitely be doing here the Spiritborn, obviously. And I'm going to get you that video. But we do also have the Path of Exile patch coming, and that will eat a lot of my time up to actually go over that patch. So I am not entirely sure how much time we'll have for everything, right? To actually squeeze in a rogue still, because it's only 9 days for the season to release, and there's a lot of pre-work I'll have to do for Path of Exile. What's PoE's new patch? Well, the patch notes tomorrow, and the new season on the 29th. And you can expect the same treatment that we did to Diablo, non-stop, 24/7, awesome blasting. Okay, these 3 Pestilence Storms seem to be absolutely amazing. Suddenly we went from blasting to blasting, Chad. But with an exclamation mark, you know? I'm sorry if that wasn't like understood. With an exclamation mark, blasting. Damn, Spiritborn, you're kind of hot right now. I wonder if we can get like our resource whole stick under control, dude. Mr. Hellborn, like his. Bob. Pull him in. More resource. Damn, Spiritborn. I mean, like, seriously, damn. Doing his job pretty nicely. Fun Runner. As a new player, thank you for your hard work. Makes the game so enjoyable with your help. Appreciate it, brother. That's what I like to do. I like to help the new people have more fun with the game that I love playing. Generally any game, to be honest. So I'm happy that worked out. I mean, we definitely welcomed a lot of people back, and it's going to be interesting to see how people react to the new season, because all these people that now came back for Diablo, right? It's going to be their first time actually experiencing a new season as well, which is going to be insane if you think about it. Tom, thank you for the 98 months of support. Kratos, thank you for the 63 as well. Welcome back, lads. Okay, we got the here. Hitting an enemy. Enemy is affected by Scorch or vulnerable. I mean, probably the easiest source of vulnerable on top of the vulnerable that I anyways have already. War table. Done. Oh, damn. That's technically bad because I don't need any of this. I'd rather have like experience. Oh, yeah, let's do this. I need to hurry up to make the most out of that. Modal dust. Sure, why not? That's level 20 already. Level 21 already. Jesus Christ, this. It was Quake chat. Nomad. And ring. Still no amulet?
Step up to my anvil.
We get the Scourge. Grants you damage reduction, affects enemies around you for 4.5 seconds. Yeah. We get the ulti down here, but I don't have a space for the ulti right now. Correct? I mean, in the long run, we're going to kick the Vortex out and probably use Vortex via Rune. So we don't need this right now because we're just going to trigger it and trigger it and trigger it. Right? But right now, we're going to keep it. So we're going to put points in the ulti. I'm going to keep points here in the Stinger. We'll see where it goes. Nightmare Dungeon. Sadly, again, none with a Whisper. Let's craft like 10 more. Still none with a Whisper. That's like so upsetty spaghetti. You know what? Shifter Runes, I like that one. That's a good one. Katsuba is a mercenary main. I don't think it's required for this one. I see everything enough. I know where everything is. So Dots is Masubo. Yes, sorry. Yeah, that's true. So is this your first time playing Spiritborn this season? Yes. So since the rework, it is my first time Spiritborn. Have I played Spiritborn before? Yes, absolutely. But that's also the reason why we actually level every character, because there's so much to learn, right? And this is my first time, for example, engaging with what's it called again? My first time engaging with Poison Spiritborn. Because Poison Spiritborn has never been like the most viable spec, if at all viable. And now it is actually somewhat viable, so that's kind of cool to see. I'm personally very hyped. Figure out how well this will like flow through the game. Okay, we right now can't really bother with like killing these things because we need to go back to the Helltide. How do you get the map path on the ground? Ah, I see. You haven't watched my must-have settings video. There's a video, it's called must-have settings. Under gameplay, all the way at the bottom, you find something it's called pathfinding settings. And in these pathfinding settings, you can either set a compass that points you in a direction, or you can set a dotted line that I have been using. Very simple. It's just one click. It's not a standard, so they did not activate this by nature. So you do actually have to find it, and you do have to click it, or you won't have it. Wait, is this actually going further up there? It might be going further up there. Oh my lord. I just missed it. Yeah, I knew it. Almost went wrong. How big is the difference between a D tier and an A tier build class? Well, so it's very important that you have to consider D tier what? Trash. D tier what? So a lot of the tier lists are considering pit finishes. They're not thinking about how much fun is the class to play, How good does it exist in Torment 12? That kind of stuff. It's literally just how does it finish the pit? And that's not even worthy a consideration in my eyes, because what do I care how well a class finishes a pit? And like, I want it to be able to go into Torment 12, right? That's what I want to see. Okay, I could kill this guy completely without using a basic skill. Interesting. Personally, that's what I want to see. So yeah, that's where, like, I can't really tell you how different set, you know, builds are tier list wise, as it really comes down who made the tier list and with what intention they make the tier list, right? You're playing Poison Spiritborn with Eagle Rushing Claw. I will play Rushing Claw, so don't worry. I will go for this. But the Eagle Rushing Claw needs 38, right? So we can right now go for Colossal Claw or for Evolving Claw. But we need to reach level 38 for that. So right now I don't just bother yet, as I can't make it work anyways fully to reset the cooldown. And I just, you know, waltz from thing to thing. It's fine so far. But we gotta get to the point where I can kick my basic skill out. And if I can kick my basic skill out, that will help. But right now in the Helltide, for example, if I would kick the basic skill out, that would not function. Like, I cannot kick it out yet. I require my basic skill still. And what I'm thinking about is, like, we could get rid of the Vortex for the time being to reset it for Rushing Claw. Because I have so much area damage that we kind of do not require Vortex, if you think about it. Right, my hits are just, like, they're destroying everything anyways. So I wonder if that already would make me somewhat faster. Potentially. And then we get Vortex back over a rune later on, right? Because the easiest way would be just get Vortex back with a rune. Pit climbing is so boring. Well, you do pit until you don't want to do pit anymore. I mean, for me, pit is a means to an end. Obviously, I gotta do pit for my war plans, right? But I find a build that can speedrun like a pit 110, pit 120 in like a minute. So that I personally just don't have to, like, if my war plan tells me to do the pit, I'll just be in there for a minute. Right? But Edelstein, what is the incentive to keep playing once you finish the story? To max out your character, to see what's your potential, to check how strong you can get. I mean, that has always been, like, if you are just interested in story, do not play ARPGs. For the love of God, do not ever waste your money, because it's a money waste playing ARPGs for the story. They have an interesting story, don't get me wrong. However, the story is literally like 10% of the game, right? The actual idea behind ARPGs is the wand of turning from zero to hero, the wand of going from absolute newbie booby to a complete godlike character. That is the idea behind ARPGs, right? Why ARPGs functions, why people like play ARPGs. And if you don't have that interest, I don't think ARPGs are necessarily for you, right? It's always like you're just wasting time and money that you could spend on something else. For me, personally, why do I play ARPGs? Because I like to make builds work. So I like to solve every problem a build has, resource, damage, and so on. And then I like to just take down the hardest content in the game to then do it again for another build and do it again for another build. So I like puzzles and trains. Puzzles and trains. Okay. And turtles too. But who doesn't like these things? Do you agree with current tier lists? I haven't even taken a single peek at current tier lists, my friend. Because as I said just again, that like most tier lists are completely useless in what they say or show. Okay, let's kick out Vortex and replace Vortex through Rushing Claw. Enemies hit by Rushing Claw increase damage. Rather, Rushing Claw has, yeah, I mean, we want it to refill, then extend the duration of your other incarnate skills or deals more damage. So, duration. Yeah. Colossal Claw. Rushing Claw has a maximum charges. Casting consumes all charges to increase its damage. No. Rushing Claw deals increased damage and power based on how many charges it has when you cast it. Oh, yeah. So we're just going to do that. So we got Rushing Claw now. We can do more damage, but technically we would have to level this one up so we get like more stacks of ferocity, right? So if I level this one up, I will have more stacks of ferocity to work with down the line. Yeah. Let's see, we got Rushing Claw, Scourge, Vortex out, Rushing Claw in. Then we got Toxic Skin, Stinger, Scourge. Heals and charms. Shadow resistance, all stats. Go to basic skills. Next up, we get a Helltide with other shit. We got Nightmare Dungeon. I mean, I at least want to have some rewards from this, right? Okay, Helltide, Nightmare Dungeon, but Helltide is going to be over in 3 minutes, so we're going to go kill some things and gather some stuff here. The DLC story was especially good. Yes, the DLC story was amazing. Man, but don't get me wrong. Like, if I would have just bought every single Diablo to play the story, because that's what I did before Diablo 4. I had Diablo 2, like Lord of Destruction, Diablo 2, Reaper of Souls. Was it Diablo 3 Reaper of Souls? I don't remember. So we've had, like, I've in my years, I've had every single Diablo, and I only played the story, and then I put the game away. Yeah. I never did what I'm doing here right now, that I am actively actually playing the game beyond, right? Because I never felt like it. I never felt like that was the thing to do. So like Diablo 4 was the first ARPG where I decided, you know what, maybe it could be worth it. Right now I need to use Rushing Claw as a travel skill. On top of my actual traveling. Default was my first. Never played an RPG aside from Minecraft Dungeons. Minecraft Dungeons is brilliant. Devil. I really enjoyed that one. I think Diablo 4 is a good first, but it might make you not enjoy the older ones. Right? Because Diablo 4 is made in a certain way that it will actually like appreciate what it gives you if you then do enjoy Diablo for what it is. But it will also make you not be so interested in playing the older ones, as they are missing like a lot of the quality of life that Diablo has. Are you going to use poison counterattack? Yes, the idea is to use poison counterattack with the pestilent storms here. The problem is I can't do that right now because the it's level 36. So we gotta wait until level 36 before we can actually use that. Steven, thank you for the gifted membership. Steven, good to see you there, partner. Happy Wednesday to all of you already, ladies and gentlemen. We're well into the week. We got an exciting one ahead. I mean, if the Path of Exile patch is coming, we'll have so much to do. This is not evade Spiritborn. Well, it's going to be a form of poison evade Spiritborn. So that's what it's going to be down the line. But no, it is not the classic evade Spiritborn that you might used to. So right now we, for example, just have the claw for jumping into enemies, right? Because why not? But we don't have the rushing claw for like actual evade gameplay. Leveled Sork earlier. I'm not sure what to go with that one yet, KO. The build is waiting for you, you know. You're gonna love it. Okay, we'll get that one fully leveled up. There's a Minecraft Dungeons 2 coming soon too. I'm gonna have an eye on that. Truly enjoyed my limited time I have with Minecraft Dungeons. So we use the Rushing Claw right now to get from pack to pack. Because actually at this point here right now, I do need to target. I cannot just do it in the open, right? So I do target it here to get forward. And it's a nice little mobility. Goal would be to obviously get that cooldown here reset quite frequently so I could dash more. I think poison counterattack is bugged because I did 11 million damage at level 43. It's not that poison counterattack is actually bugged. There is a bug with Spiritborn, and that relates to the Zig rune. So what you can do is you can equip the Zig rune. This one Zig, that is the concussive stomp of the Spiritborn. And if you then skill the concussive crushing blow for 500% bonus damage and the 100% bonus damage, those bonus damages, they will actually apply to every single skill. Yes, you heard right. So what happens is I choose the Zig rune. It's going to get triggered. It's going to give me my poison sword, my counterattack, everything, 500% bonus damage, 600% bonus damage, and my whole Spiritborn will just deal 600% bonus damage. Bit silly, yeah. But just in case you wonder why you cannot compete with other players that are doing like that have equivalent equipment and doing like way more damage than you, and you're like, I don't understand how this is like happening, right? Why are they doing so much more damage? I should be able to compete. Well, it's because they're all hacking, dirty, filthy hacker bitches. I've hit a wall in my build. Is this the type of game where meta builds are the only way to progress? No, default user, meta builds are not the only way to progress. However, you will hit a wall with certain builds, and that wall will be harder to overcome the less meta your build is. That does not mean that you require a meta build to overcome said challenge. It just simply means that at some point you might have to do 400 times the effort to get the same result as someone that does only put in 100% of the effort. Or even 50% because their build is just more meta or like it's just strong considered for the season, right? Because you might simply just have chosen a build that's weak for the season. Do you think content creators will put builds behind paywalls in PoE 2? Absolutely. Steven. I mean, you won't find a YouTuber, an actual reputable YouTuber put a build behind a paywall. No, that won't happen. But will there be builds behind paywalls? Absolutely. Will people pay for them? Absolutely. The question is just what kind of service is it going to be? I mean, if it's a service where someone like really sets up the whole build for you and makes sure that you have everything going on and takes you by the hand and talks to you and makes sure like sits with you on Discord and makes sure that you get the build properly done, I guess it's worth it to probably pay money for that, quotation mark, right? If someone just sells you a build guide for money, then you're an idiot for buying it, like, right? So if you're buying a service, then you're buying a service. Then you're paying money for a service. But, like, I would never pay money for a build guide. Or written or anything. So will people maybe, like, try to gatekeep? Absolutely. Will there be websites gatekeeping? Absolutely. I mean, you can find build guides right now already for money. There are, like, account buying websites where you can get absolute endgame Path of Exile characters fully decked out for money. There's nothing else like buying a build guide. But yeah, that's just like, it will happen. But again, no reputable YouTuber will like say, give me money so I give you build. I mean, I know some YouTubers who are offering build consultations. So let's say you like you struggle with making a build work, or you just want someone to look over your build. Then you can buy a YouTuber's time to like actually go over what you currently have there and give you pointers why you're failing. So I've seen that happening. For like some creators to make bonus money. I guess that's fine to consider, like they're literally selling their time, right? I mean, someone just offered me $100 to look over their builds. Yes. But I'm not doing that. First and foremost, I just don't have the time to do it. But second and most important, I could do this also live on stream if you by accident come by and we feel like, going over a person's build. So I'm not going to fleece money out of you for that. Some people do it over Patreon too. They're like, hey, join my Patreon, and every Wednesday we're gonna have an hour of build checking where people show me their builds. Yeah, like coaching. Like, so if you buy a coaching service, quotation mark, it's legit, right? Coaching service in any kind is always legit. I've coached in Hearthstone back in the days. I literally help people go infinite in arena so they never have to buy a pack again. Yes, sounds crazy, right? But back in the days, it was super easy to go infinite in arena in Hearthstone, so you never have to buy a pack. So you can get everything for free. And I just coached people. Like, I was done with my stream, so it was a 10-hour stream, and then I sat down for another 2 hours, and I was just coaching people. And it really helped them, right? So that's how I actually was able to afford full-time streaming for a while, because I was offering a coaching service back in the days. Now, is that a paid service too, right? Yeah, it is. But it's also a directly, you know, thing you profit from, because I will whisper in your ear the sexy words that will help you to become better at the game. You know? And I'll tell you you're good at the game. Straight to your face, lying. You know how it is. Obviously, the Path of Exile community, the hardcore Path of Exile community, will find ways to discredit all of this. So don't get me wrong, I really keep myself away from other PoE creators because they're a bit extreme in their beliefs and the way how they want their close community to be. I mean, I really don't interact with many of them because I don't know. They kind of want their game to be like a bit more inclusive to everyone, but at the same time, like as soon as someone does something they don't even remotely like, it's going to be, we need to kill that person, you know? We need to discredit him, and suddenly there's 20 videos about you doing some... It's like a niche clique, and either you're with them or you're against them. So, no matter what happens with paid builds or not, long things long, short things short, no matter what happens with paid builds or not paid builds or coaching services or whatsoever, yeah, there's going to be interesting times ahead. Explain why people don't go for the poison multiplier on the evade counterattack build and instead just vuln dot all damage. The poison multiplier worse. I mean, all damage is essentially the poison multiplier, only that all damage rolls higher, if I'm not completely mistaken right now. So that's where I would say it actually is worth it to go for the all damage over poison. Also, all damage works for everything you do. So, for example, your Rushing Claw does not do poison damage. Obviously, your main damage is poison damage. But if you have all damage, then your Rushing Claw will also be improved by the all damage. And your poison damage is increased by your all damage. So, you actually don't have to go for a poison multiplier specifically to actually get more damage. You can just go for the all damage to increase your damage, because it will increase your damage, right? So that's where I would say, like, it doesn't make sense to go for a poison multiplier per se. I mean, I also don't go, like, for physical if I can avoid it. I'll go for all damage or vulnerable. And vulnerable usually rolls higher than the others. Yeah. And that's the reason, pretty much. Seems the best build guides are always free anyways. I mean, there will always be, how do I say this? A paid build guide is not necessarily better than a free build guide, right? The only thing you could probably buy with a paid build guide again is the service of setting it up for you and looking that you actually set it up correctly. Because, like, I mean, people find my build guides and they ask questions that just tell me they didn't understand the build. And that's okay, this can happen, right? So someone was watching my Bard build and asking, I cannot produce resource. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. And I can instantly tell he either does not have the lucky hit for resource on his weapon, or he doesn't have the T-Bolt's will, or he simply didn't understand what he actually needs resource for. Or that the rallying cry, when he moves around, actually does give him resource too. And that's like the thing that you... Like, free is free, right? And I can give you all the explanations you want, but that doesn't mean you're going to understand it. You know, it doesn't mean you're gonna know why things are this way, right? I can explain it to you, but you'll still hit a wall potentially, just limited by your own understanding. Doesn't a Rushing Claw do poison when you select the poison hall? Right now, with hitting an enemy with a centipede skill, and this is a centipede skill, it does actually have it do poison, yes. But we're not going to play the Poison Spirit Hall. And right now, we're going to go here for the Eagle, for that vulnerable damage multiplier, and the crit damage multiplier. We could probably also go for Ferocity for the time being, to actually be able to stack more Ferocity, potentially. Yeah. What will your build be at max level? Well, I want to have poison storms rotating. Poison storms. I want to have pestilence storms rotating around me. That's what I want to have. You know, in circles, and then choking the enemy with poison damage. That's my plan right now. Hello, dear Rants. Nice to meet you. What's the drill now with leveling in D4? I mean, you just play the war. Like, I mean, you need to play the campaign. So if you are new, if you just came back, you do need to do the campaign first, and then you do war plans. War plan's kind of king. And I'm sad that we're not getting a single war plan that is actually a whisper. My last leveling, we had like war plans as a whisper, war plans as a whisper, war plans as a whisper, war plans as a whisper. You can level up to 70 with whisper caches. Yeah, not if you're a returning chest lover. Also, not if you actually like playing the game. You know? Okay, slay the Malevolent Spirit. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're just going to ignore everyone and just use my Rushing Claw to dash through all of this to find the Malevolent Spirit. Out of my way. Oh, no. So all poison vulnerability is what the build wants. I'm not sure how crit works for this build. I mean, again, like, I haven't done this build yet. I just roughly know, like, what I need to do to potentially pull this off. But I don't actually know what I need to do to pull this off, right? So I'm working off experience here. And I know what I want to do. I know what I need to roughly do. And then we'll have to find out what scales best down the line. It's kind of like the plan. It's like almost like you always have this conversation when leveling. Yeah, but you know what that means, right, Devil? So obviously for the people that are here every single day, it seems like we're repeating the same conversation over and over again. But that essentially means that we have new people over and over again every single day. Because if we had the same people every single day, which we do to a degree, we would never have the same conversations, right? We wouldn't be running in circles. That's why I'm also never annoyed to keep answering the same questions, because these are new people that never asked that before. How do you know what to do? I have a fat hat. That's why they call me Ponyhoff, for no other reason. Fat hat, long face. You know the drill. Also random guesswork, obviously. Right? just random guesswork. It's nice to have variety, Kyle. Honestly, in ARPG territory, it's always nice to have variety. Because at some point, every ARPG will get stale. I know some people don't want to admit that because they just so hardcore love a game, but at some point, if you play a game so much that you like your arms almost fall off, it will get stale. And that's just normal. You know, no one gets hurt by admitting that. Oh shit, that's bonus XP, Helltide, and Honor City. Probably one of the worst plans I've had there. You know what we should go for? We should probably enchant like a move. What do we have here? Momentum, healing potions, slaughter, swift spirit. Even aspect. Good Ghost Walker. Just put Ghost Walker on so we can move a bit faster. Okay, pit 130. Let's do hard and see how that plays. I wish Warplanes were character wide. Any idea why they decided to make it character wide? Very simple. So every character has a feeling of leveling up, which is a stupid reason to do it. But that's the simple reason. They wanted to give you the feeling of actually progressing with a character, right? That is a very bad reason. It is, but it is literally their basic idea. To just give you this feeling of progress, right? Now, that it is terrible. Like, honestly, for me, someone who spends a lot of time with the game, I can cope with it, right? But it's pretty much copium. It's not like I support this decision. It's like I can handle it because I have the game time to handle it. But for you who wants to farm the end game, making a new character will just always feel bad. Yeah, sure, in the first 2 levels, it's going to be like, yeah, I'm putting the same points again. Woo! Maybe I'm going to try something different out this time. But then you're kind of like, you know, once you tried that on the next character, it's already like, nah, I really don't want to do this again. Honestly, this is really fun playstyle so far. Third chat. Gotta throw out a weirdo. I get the copium. Wait, why did I just go in and out? I get the copium, but that's their reason for not making Warplanes leader dependent. Oh, Devil Driver, don't understand me. I don't think we have the technology. Brother, I simply think we don't have the technology to make Warplanes work with friends properly. You know, this is Blizzard, tiny indie company making computer. Like, this is like literally their first game they've ever made. So you're gonna be like a bit more patient there. Like, you can't expect them to get it done right on the first try. I cut them some slack. Come on now. These indie companies, they're like struggling this year. Oh no, wait, it's the year of the indie companies actually. So I don't know what their excuse is, but I reckon it's we don't have the technology. And the fun part is the game is developed as a multiplayer game, right? But this bug of Warplanes not being shareable just tells me that all the developers have not been playing in teams. Because let's be real, if the developers were playing in teams and parties, they would have noticed this, right? But it seems like that the play testers, that the people that played internal at Blizzard, that they all played for themselves, they all gave their feedback, and no one noticed that this was a problem. Ergo, despite this being meant to be a multiplayer game, right? It does seem like that even the developers do not really multiplayer play the game. Because otherwise, I have like no explanation for the Warplan debacle happening, right? Make it make sense, my friends. Okay, with Rushing Claw, I can extend the duration of my toxic skin, right? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Sure, but surely it makes sense what I'm saying, right? I think that's why I choose to follow build guides. Like for leveling, I like to do the guesswork and just experiment, but a lot of creators have put in the time and effort to fine-tune. Devil. Leveling you can do with almost whatever. Like, honestly, you can just put random shit together and see what happens. Yeah. But then when you're getting back into the nitty and gritty, right? When you get into the endgame presentation, you kind of don't want to have like a sluggish progress. And as you say, a creator just has more time than you. Simply more time. You know, more time to think about it, more time to fuck around with it. It doesn't mean that all creator builds are good, right? There are also bad creator builds out there. I mean, they'll work, don't get me wrong. But not all creator builds are good. I do believe a lot of companies think multiplayer is an afterthought. Well, that's the weird part, because Diablo is like multiplayer first, technically. That's at least how the game was concepted. But as we just, you know, said, due to the Warplan debacle, it kind of shows that the devs are actually, or at least the internal testing, does not seem to be done in a multiplayer environment, right? Dude, I'm a demon. No, I thought the dashing around would bother me more, and it bothers me still. So this hard dashing around, right? Bothers me, but not as much as I thought it would. Okay. I mean, no one likes dashing around. What is this? I don't want my screen to be like flying around, right? But I thought it would annoy me like to no end. It annoys me to a limited end. Yeah, I'm nasty. Damn, damn, but nasty. Whirlwind Bar was cancer for the eyes. Well, there is the advantage of Whirlwind Barb just moving cohesive in one direction, right? While this one here, just like you can move in one direction, but if I hold this down on an enemy, this will happen, right? So I'm just holding this down right now. How am I evading? Well, I'm a demon. What can I say? I'm gonna activate here my skills. I can use my other skills to pretty much like just have my I think we're at the point where I could technically kick out my basic skill, right? I mean, I did not require my basic skill for that whole fight. Could I kick that out? What do you think? I get so many baneful hearts. Well, I don't really summon the Helltide lady a lot.
It is done.
You hardcore? No, sir. Thank you. Also, if you think that you're cooler for doing hardcore over softcore, you really need to find a help, sir. Actual help. That might not help you look like a weirdo. Do you like trading in ARPGs or Solo Self-Found? Solo Self-Found. But I call it... So, the way how I play is called self-imposed Solo Self-Found. Okay? In PoE and in Diablo 4. So, I'll play Solo Self-Found until I hit a complete brick wall or until I'm absolutely unable to find something, right? For example, if I need to make a build for a guide and I cannot just get said item. And I'll probably get that item from like trading because I want to make said build, right? But it would be stupid, especially as a creator, to then say, no, I can only find this item to do it, right? So I call it self-imposed Solo Self-Found, right? So as much Solo Self-Found as it's fun until it's like hinders actual progress, right? And then do things. Okay, I think we can now add counterattack, chat. So we remove the basic skill, and we're going to add counterattack. Why counterattack? Because counterattack has your pestilence storms weaken enemies. We can also turn this into a rushing claw, becomes an eagle skill, deal lightning damage, and has 2 charges with a 25-second charge cooldown. Rushing claw counts as an evade. You no longer need targets to cast rushing claw, which allows me to just jump around with it. Okay, then with the counterattack, we have the pestilence storms now rotate around us, which is actually really good. Reduces damage taken over time. We could go for... We're probably going to use our, like... Probably damage over time reduction is better. Counterattack deals more damage. Yeah, sure. So we got rushing claws resetting. Rushing claws prolonging the duration, so that's good. Eagle claws. I wonder if it's better if I put the damage in here or in the rushing claws. Put in the rushing claws first. Okay. Yeah, let's see. Now without a basic skill. Okay. What are you cooking? We are trying the poison Spiritborn. We're gonna make things more vulnerable. Wait, this one was impact. This makes enemies vulnerable. And more damage against weakened enemies. We can pull the 3 points out here. And actually put them in here. Yeah. So we're gonna now be able to just dash around them, right? Well, we have this counterattack giving us swarms of thingies. The problem is the cooldown of the rushing claw doesn't get reset anymore. Did I just remove that point from the cooldown reset? Because we have the stacks of ferocity to have the cooldown be reset. What did I just accidentally depoint, chat? This is like so far very useful because right now we don't rely on like the permanent evading. We actually have a core skill, which is definitely better to play than just having the rush. I'm still not completely behind what I just put off, so I think what the problem was that we didn't have the ferocity stacks on using the ability, right? We need to have the ferocity stacks on using the ability. So it's an eagle centipede skill right now. Yep. Pixie, thank you for the brand new subscription. Pixie, very much appreciated. Howdy. Hey, you have to have all the 4 ferocity stacks. I understand. Like, I think that was my mistake, right? We just didn't make sure to have 4 stacks of ferocity. I'm like on activating the skill, but now we have. Important is that like my kills give me currently stacks of ferocity, so this allows us to play this earlier than we usually do. Because normally you can't get the rushing claw to work nicely early on, right? Okay, it works without a basic skill so far, chat. So the initial plan of make this work without a basic skill is actually working from level 30 something onwards. The game looks so much better with no damage numbers. Oh, I'm fully in agreement with you. The only reason we're playing damage numbers in the end game is for benchmarking. So we never play them for any actual, like, you know, because we like damage numbers so much reasons. Because we simply don't. If it can be avoided, playing damage numbered, it will always be avoided, as damage numbers are just unnecessary clutter. That's also what I like about Path of Exile, for example, that they actually don't do damage numbers, because you will just be baited into activating them, right? When you swap from Mythic to Push Build Varine, well, sir, you must be talking about a different creator, because I don't have Mythic or Push Build Varines for you. Funnily, there are a lot of creators that look very similar to me. I mean, we already noticed that one Barb creator looks exactly like me. There is also a, creator for Spiritborn who looks similar to me. Or I look similar to him. I'm not entirely sure what it is in that regard. Kind of want to have like 3 minimum ferocity, I guess. Helltide Harvest, let's go here. So there is this creator. He's called Immortalized Diablo 4. Here, this man. This man has more beard than me, but that is not me. He's more beard than me and more eyebrows. But apart from that, you know. Your build is similar as well. Wait, you're saying my build where I'm using poison skills is similar to another build using poison skills? How would that even work when there's only an amount X of poison skills available that you could potentially use? That's crazy, sir. Like, wow. Who would have absolutely guessed that? You know, there used to be a creator, Necromancer creator. He got actually really hardcore in trouble for it with the Diablo partner program, because he had this feeling that I stole his build in season 2. When you literally, like, back in the days had like an amount X of skill combinations, right? It was really not that deep. You couldn't just combine skills much different if you're doing a certain type of build. But for some reason, he definitely felt like we stole everything from him. In the end, he was just told to kind of take a chill pill because he sounds like a whining, sniveling child. Because it was literally like, not even his build, but hey, it is what it is. So, you know, there are not many different build options. You know, if you make a Zeal Paladin, it will look very similar to other Zeal Paladins, because guess what? You know, that there's only X ways how you can build it. And the difference is going to be maybe in 1 or 2 aspects, but the Paragon boards are always going to be the same. The skill trees are going to be very similar. Maybe the priorities of items are going to be different, you know? Maybe the other one goes for vulnerable damage more. There's not that much. This is not Path of Exile, right? And even in Path of Exile, you can't really build it that different. If you're actually looking at top-end Path of Exile builds, there are 80 to 90% the same. So either they're all stealing from each other, right? Or there's only that much you can do. But shall I tell you the real interesting thing about this? That we creators don't care. First and foremost, most important. The people that are actually using the builds don't care. You know? The actual people that are just want to have build guides, they don't care because they're looking for a creator that gives them a good explanation. And the only people that care about the ownership of a build are some people that spend way too much time online. You know? This is not meant as an offense. It's just an interesting observation. You know? You know, the people that play the game, they just want to have builds, and they preferable want to have builds very well explained, right? I mean, if one creator has a shitty microphone and the other one has a better microphone and explains the build better, you're not going to care who made the build first. You're going to listen to the one that's easier to listen to. And you know what? We creators know that as well. It's like when we started making videos for Crimson Desert, and we had this idea of making a video on how to get the best items in the first 2 hours, right? And we choose certain items that like are very specific. Like, did I know that if this video is a success, there will be 3 more videos like this coming? Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's just normal. Because obviously you just make the same video, then you add another 1 or 2 items that are different, and you made a whole new video. Similar topic, similar style, right? Similar idea, still different execution. It happens. What's the best boss farm for Heir of Perdition? None. The best farm is you get all the resplendent caches and sparks from the Jiggy, and then you either mass craft the caches for random mythics, or you specific craft it at the jeweler with 2 resplendent sparks. I would probably recommend specific crafting, as it's relatively easy nowadays to actually do that, right? So, you have 0 sparks. Have you not looked at the seasonal journey, KO? Seasonal journey gives you 14 and more resplendent, I think 27 in total, or what was it? You get so many resplendent sparks from that. So just open your eyes. But the seasonal journey is key to your success this season. I mean, it's actually always key to your success every season, because it just is a fast path to certain items. I mean, the pros, they usually either drop Heir of Perdition early, or their first resplendent sparks are just going into crafting that. No, the seasonal journey is the reason why you play season, because it gives you permanent rewards. Overspell your war plans and whispers, and you're doing the right thing. You should just spam war plans and whispers and look at the seasonal journey. It just provides very cool bonuses. You know what? We're pretty fast as fuck, boy. Okay, where's the goddamn? It's back there. Okay. Out of my way, nerds! You're gonna be somewhere. Movement speed is really king. My Whirlwind build is getting 0 fury, but I'm doing wrong. I never played Whirlwind, so I can actually not tell you, but I assume you're not using any kind of lucky hit to get a resource, probably. Lucky hit to get a resource on weapon is usually the way to go. You're also getting resource when you're getting hit as a barbarian, plus there is Rallying Cry giving you resource when you move. Hearn's grass build for pushing pit 130. Need very good equipment for that. I mean, it's going to work. It can work, but you will need very, very good equipment for that. Yeah. I finally beat Mephisto with Twisting Blade, bro. Seems good, brother. When we yesterday did it with our Paladin, and it was so stupid, because the Clash Paladin just stands there, and it was hold down right mouse button. That's it. Should probably like put like one aspect on our two-handed weapon. One like what's it called again? Yeah, one aspect on our two-handed weapon. Let's see what we can do with that. So we haven't tried like a hard hit yet without a basic skill. My only resource restoration right now is over my alternate skills, if that makes sense for you. It's kind of working. It's halting right now. Still working. When you use the Gorilla Spirit Horror for leveling with thorns, yep, that's absolutely a legit way to do it. I mean, we're simply leveling over poison, not because poison leveling is the best leveling in the world. It's just that I want to play poison in the end game, so I'm leveling with a poison archetype, right? So I want to get used to the skills already. I want to get used to what we're about to do, that we're pretty much ready for things, you know? That it all makes kind of sense. Always how I like to do this, because it just gives me a better understanding down the line on how certain builds work, right? How they basically function. Sometimes leads to weird scenarios like this one here, where we're playing pretty much without a generator skill and just rely on our resource generation to be done different. But hey, that's is what it is. As long as it somewhat works, we're fine. Oh, channeling shrine, that's gonna be easy. This would have been an absolute shame without a basic skill. For sure. You're sitting here standing while streaming. Right now, standing. I mean, I try to stand up at least a bit every couple of hours, so I do not damage my back further. No, I'm an old man. Rushing Claws leveled up. I guess we gotta get this one leveled up as well before we get Rushing Claws leveled up. This one. So let's see if we can get more damage out of the counter attack. Let's see with that. Poison builds always look weak to you. Ah, sir, you don't even know half of it. I mean, that being said, you can actually with a little bug make every Spiritborn build good. So that's just that. But still. Don't you judge a book before we have reached the, you know, the good old climax here. What skill would work for Spiritborn good in the beginning? What kind of like offensive skill could you go for? Nothing really interesting, right? I mean, while standing still doesn't really work because you're always moving. Your maximum ferocity stacks are increased. Let's go around with more ferocity stacks to always have that. I mean, neurotoxic is increased non-physical damage to enemies that are hindered or weakened. Yeah, sure, let's do that. And do we have a resource aspect that we can kind of use to make this a bit better? What do we got? Resource adaptability. We got overpower stacks. Casting basic skills. No. Capitating enemies generates primary resource. I mean, could knock them down. Oh, you gain resource for enemies damaged over time? Really? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, would you say that seems quite interesting to you. I mean, realistically, I want to run 2 Nightmare Dungeons so we can push the Nightmare Dungeon further. And because Nightmare Dungeons are going to be that. So let's do... Put on tier 2 so we can do it faster. See about that. Fiva, thank you for the 112 centuries of support. Fiva, I hope the family's doing all right. It was 2, if I'm not mistaken, right? Fiva, welcome back, buddy. It's been 2-3 minutes, my friend. So now with this, should I not always be fully resourced up at any given moment? I mean, that's probably the leveling trick, right? Chad? Yep. Just poison all of them. Yeah, this is kind of cool. That aspect is cheat code. I said it, I'm not taking it back. 5 and 3. Well, we're at 7 and 6 almost. Favor, come on now. Catch up game, brother. Well, actually, no catch up game. Today we get a meeting for my second daughter to meet all the kids from the upcoming school because we're gonna have the second one in school now. They grow up so fast, chat. Disastrous. See, this is already the gameplay I'm looking for. So speed zooming the pit, that you again don't spend like more than maximum 2 minutes on a pit run, right? You can already do this in lower levels. That's the absolute chef's kiss. So this is why I'm currently liking the Spiritborn. I mean, everything dies on contact, right? I don't really have to do anything anymore. Poisoning enemies gives me resource, so yay. Are there any good Spiritborn builds? We're making one, sir. We're attempting. We're on it. I'm trying as soon as I can. Okay, so that bonus damage here, you deal increased non-physical damage to enemies that are weakened or hindered. And currently with our Stinger, what do we have? Weaken. So we have like, so the damage against weakened enemies. We weaken enemies, right? We have the, I mean, Scourge could weaken enemies, but we need the resource. This does weaken enemies, so that does work as well. So we get like weaken everywhere, left, right, and center. So any other Spiritborn build, Shetty? There is a Gorilla Spiritborn with Thorns that works, but it's essentially Thorns, Evade, Gorilla Spiritborn. So it's exactly the same, just with Evade and Thorns, right? Instead of Poison, you're doing Evade and Thorns, and then you're evading through, and then you do Thorns while you're evading through, and then, like, yeah, that's that, kind of. So are there others? They're more of the same. Oh, wasn't this the one dungeon where... No, this wasn't the dungeon where everything is in the middle, right? No. Is there one of these dungeons where shit was in the middle? So right now we can rush in, then we hit enemies with 1 hit, they die, and that killing gives me my stacks. See, like, if I kill enemies right now, as you can see, we're getting stacks of ferocity. So that means I literally just have to go into enemies one time. It will always give me stacks of ferocity. And then I can get more stacks of ferocity and more stacks of ferocity. It's actually that simple to get my shit floating. Now I need to see if back here is actually the zip into the next area. There is. And if my rushing claw already kills enemies, right, then that is enough to give me the ferocity stack so I can keep ferocity-ing. I love these kind of builds because it's just so simple to go through nightmare dungeons, right? I mean, this would have been a rather long nightmare dungeon without this. Imagine just walking. Imagine walking this, Chad. We not want to do that. We not want to walk that. Really, pretty please. Who wants to, you know, have to catch up to this? The Paladin build planner. The Paladin build planner is in the Paladin build video that was made this morning. Yeah. Passive counterattack. Another nightmare dungeon. Okay, let's salvage all keys. Then make like 15 more keys. 10 more keys. Not a single one with a... Lubin's Rest is fine. Not my favorite choice, but it'll do. YouTube, Twitch, TikTok. I would like to put it out on TikTok, but it's like really too annoying to do it every day. So we mostly don't put things on TikTok in the morning, as it's just literally too annoying to activate TikTok. But I should use TikTok as a funnel. Oh God, using business words in the morning, Chad. Makes you feel dirty. I mean, imagine just having to walk all of this, right? Oh, that would be horrible. Well, that's not what we're looking for. Oh, there's also not what you're looking for. As I said, imagine walking this, Chan. Wait, this was Lubin's Rest, right? And there was a dude who was just called Lubin. That's the first time I ever noticed that. Last one is down there. On my way. And oop. I mean, that's level 50 in 1 hour 33 minutes, dude. Spiritborn is fast. But they have to make the Warlock booty. Warlock is great. Level 15 just started. Yeah, leveling is quick. I mean, it's now 3 hours for a character. Unless you find something that works extremely well and can travel super fast, then it might be quicker. Go for it. What build? Poison. Poison. Poison is love. Poison is life. Let's keep like the aspect here, the one with poison. Actually, is there poison elemental fate? No, that was neurotoxic. Yeah, I'm happy that we just have that neurotoxic like fully leveled up, even though I'm not sure if we'll need it down the line, right? Oh, look at me getting a ring and pestilence swarms now deal 125 of their normal damage as poison damage over 6 seconds. Yes. That aspect is very much needed for what we're doing because pestilence swarms are one of your main sources of damage. We got the waking spoils now. like to have multiple Helltides. Helltide's 4 minutes. Shit. Can we do it? Can we get one chest? Probably, right? Actually, we can do it easily. You need to finish the campaign first once. Yes. As you play, finish the campaign one time. Very important. Should I spend the other cinder? Technically, yes, but practically, it takes more time to spend the cinder for minimal outcome of XP, rather than just going forward. Right? You're better off just zooting further. The Mythic Unique Glaive. The Mythic Unique works for poison builds really well. You gotta consider that the people that are in the leaderboard are abusing a bug to do more damage. And if you don't know said bug, then you're not going to actually compete with them damage-wise. So that's something to keep in mind. So it might not be your failure. You might be doing everything correct. You might just simply do not have the knowledge of said bug. Because there is a Spiritborn bug that allows you to do 600% more damage with all your skills. Which obviously allows you for good progress. And I kind of want to know how far can we get without the bug? And is there, like, do you actually have to use the bug to have a good Spiritborn? Because it might be that literally you're actually required to use it, which would be really sad in my eyes. Because I hate it when something only works because of a bug and not because you build it well. That feels like then a little bit like when Spiritborn got released, if that makes sense. Because there was a time where, like, you know, it didn't matter what kind of Spiritborn you make, as long as you have the bonus barrier into damage with the Paragon Ward, and then you just dealt enough damage. Is there a world where we can have, like, counterattack always online? I guess if I could, like, permanently spam Rushing Claw without ever running out of Rushing Claw, then my then my little Pestilent Swarms would be, like, online more, right? Absolutely devastated. You deal increased damage each active Pestilent Swarm and Touch of Death Swarm. Chat, did we just get the right glyph right away? The build works without uniques. I mean, everything works without uniques. You just have to compensate and try to, like, find different ways. Viva, take care, partner. Thank you for dropping by. And the little chat. Ring of Midnight Sun gives perma counterattack, but probably wouldn't work for this build. Yeah, we'll have to see what we're going to go for. I think you want to have the Ring of Pestilent Swarms. It is called Writhing Moon. A Pestilent Swarm spawns every 4 seconds. That's around you. That is the one you want to have, like, pretty much on like, you know? I mean, that ring has never been worth it on Spiritborn so far, which is kind of, like, interesting because it's literally never been a good ring. Why would you play that over the Ring of Midnight Suns? It was always Midnight Suns, Midnight Suns, Midnight Suns. It was never Ring of the Writhing Moon. Well, that's changed now. I need some more like cooldown reductions here to make this work. And I can't wait to like have all the resource shenanigans under control. And then we can just go. And I guess things are also going to be better once I have like more ranks into ferocity, so I can actually spam the rushing claw more. But as long as I'm using a core skill, I guess it's fine.
Unfortunately.
Because the one thing that still turns people off of Spiritborn is that you actually have to like think making the class work. You know, other classes are a bit more no-brainer than the Spiritborn. I reckon it's the most underused new class ever made, right? I mean, there was obviously seasons where people just loved their Spiritborn. But that was mostly because there was a brain dead build. 118 plus. Okay, well, I'm gonna have the consumption here. I'm gonna get some sweet levels out. I like you, Connor. Keep it up. Thank you. I'm trying my best. The leaderboards are a big bug. Yeah, it's super funny because someone is in my... I made the Paladin video. And someone's like, Paladin is the worst class. He only clears pit 140. Yeah, but you know that, like, pretty much every single 150 clear is either from a bug or an overtuned thing, or because something is not working as intended. Right? It's like, this is your first time playing Diablo, is it? You know, the recent Warlock clears, a bug. The recent Sorcerer in the beginning of the season, a bug. Spiritborn's doing 150, also abusing a bug. Crazy. It's almost like there's not a single legit 150 clear. I mean, but the current Ball of Lightning build, which is obviously completely overtuned because they gave the unstable currents an uncapped thingy. So everyone with 2 brain cells to rub together knows that that is also something that is just technically working as intended, practically a bit too much. What do you have to explain bugs to people? Because it's their first rodeo, my friend. I mean, it's okay. So listen, chat, the funniest part happened this morning. Someone commented under my lunatic build that they nerfed his warlock build and it's shit now and he's really upset. And I'm like, sir, you were abusing a bug. And now you're upset that your bugged build got fixed and your warlock is now shit. Maybe put like 5 cents into understanding, you know, why it was bugged and how to make a not bugged build. No. Oh, what a shame. I mean, what am I supposed to do there? You know? That's what we're working with this season. People abusing bug mechanics and then getting upset when said bug mechanics are being fixed. Okay, so let me check my notes. Moo build. How did you max Paladin in such a short time? Well, I have a stash full of shit and I play extremely efficient. Also, it's really easy to make perfect items. I mean, my stash is full of basic items, okay? Item bases. And then I just take a good item base and I craft it up to a perfect item. And usually I take like 2-3 gloves and then I have a perfect pair of gloves, perfect pair of rings, and so on. And the Horadric Cube really allows you to max out characters like this. It's so easy. Dennis? once you, like, this is something I understand because of Path of Exile 2, and I think a lot of Diablo players still have to get used to it. Item bases. What are item bases? Item bases are good yellow and blue items that are perfect to craft upwards into the exact item you need. Gone are the times of just waiting for something good to drop, right? There has to be just something roughly adequate dropping, and then you'll just simply craft it up to be the amazing piece of awesomeness that you need. Right?
Step up to my end.
And unless you kind of make that switch in your brain that you like understand, I'm looking not for just good items anymore, I'm looking for good item bases. Like, you know, once you get used to that, it's like, yep. Board games, it's also the creator's fault. I saw a title in Rob's video last night that says Warlock buffed, Sorg nerfed. Yes, it is a creator's fault as well, without pointing fingers or naming names. The problem is, though, still not the creator. It's that people just react to this stuff the best. So, is it shitty that there needs to be a title like this? Yes, it is. But the problem is that people react to these titles the best. So, I mean, these titles are not being used because, you know, on a whim. It's because these are the titles that people are looking for. Can I say, you know? Do I want to call every build super strong in my titles? No, I don't. But if I don't do it, then people are not going to react to it. So what am I supposed to do now? There needs to be a reasonable amount of clickbait, yes. And people don't react very well to something get fixed. It's more like nerfed and buffed. Those are buzzwords that are obviously working in gaming, because nerfs and buffs is what people understand. Fixes, people don't understand the word fix, essentially. It just has no meaning to them. Nerf or buff is like, oh my god, what I like got weaker. Oh my god, what I like got stronger. A fix is like, so what? Why would I care about a fix to something, right? Why would that? What does that emotionally do to you when I tell you about a nerf or a buff, or when I tell you about a fix? The answer is pretty simple, right? Yesterday I cleared Pit 100 with the Lunatic Warlock. Why is this shit? It means Pit 100 is obviously not Pit 150, but still. I mean, Lunatic Warlock is still insane. Only that the Lunatic Eviscerate Warlock that was clearly bugged is not working as insane as it should anymore. It still works, though. It just doesn't clear Pit 150 with negative Integra damage. You know? Is most builds related to bugs? Hey, that's a lie, Cartanas. There's a lot of unbugged builds. For example, the Apocalypse Warlock is actually not bugged. Working as intended. Don't you call my boy a bug. We're throwing hands here. Little fisticuffs, huh? Oh, finding this shrine like early on is probably cheating. Now we're just gonna zoom through, everything dies. Good start. Do you think they'll ever make Warplanes account wide? Maybe in season 14, but not in season 13. In season 13, the DLC start is now a big evaluation stage to kind of figure out what works, what doesn't work, what do they need to address. And then when season 13 is over, we'll see like what you know, for changes we can expect with season 14. I mean, we should be getting a PTR latest at the end of June. Latest at the end of June, and I hope it's really latest at the end of June, because I'm excited for the PDR, but I also want to enjoy my Path of Exile, right? So please make that latest. Thank you. Dude, he just get pummeled, poor guy. Okay, we have one of the glyphs we already need with consumption. Hone would be jack damage. Dealing, I mean, this one just works. If I use the Harmony of Abawaka, we can probably push that one further. Oops. Is it allowed to stream the PDR? Yes, always. Good way to level fast. I mean, you level the fastest by just simply following the war plans. If you have a new character, unless you want to skip leveling by using caches from your old character, whisper caches, but that obviously doesn't apply for your first charm. So you simply follow the war plans. I think if they offer account-wide warplanes, they should offer less XP, so it takes more time to level them up. But Silverline, why would you punish people that only play one character? Honest question. So I see what you're saying, but why would you punish Dave from the Steel Mill, who only wants to play one character and get done with things? He doesn't deserve to get punished, right? Because it would be nothing but punishment for Dave. Now he wants to take care of his 14 children, and you're just kind of like, you're just making his progress slower. I mean, the account-wide war plans are literally only for a problem for people that play the game a lot, right? Again, yes, the casual player suffers from it to an extent, but not as much as people that play a lot. So it's kind of like a luxury problem, I reckon. It does not affect the whole player base. I mean, I fully agree that they should be account-wide, but not to the detriment of the people that only play one character. Because that wouldn't kind of function, right? We just can't punish the dude who wants to play one build just because there are people like me who have 6 different characters already. Yes, this is character number... Actually, that's character number 7. I'm sorry. I am lying to you, Chan. This is character number 7. Oh no, I'm a terrible person. What's funnier to play, Apocalypse or Lunatic Warlock? I find Apocalypse more fun to play because of the screen clears. I like screen clears. Screen clears are really fun. You press a button and everything dies on your screen. Makes you kind of happy. Different kind of dopamine. Right? Lunatic is dead. No, Lunatic is not dead unless you never understood how the build works. Lunatic can easily clear pit 130 and above. It just can't do pit 150 anymore because it was bugged. Please don't say things if you don't have a clue. Thank you. Does the fix to Ball of Lightning make that a better build than the one you created, sir? The Ball of Lightning build was always better, Glartok, in terms of pushing deeper in the pit. Okay? Ball of Lightning was always better. However, our build was never meant to be better than Ball of Lightning. It was meant to be an easy to execute build that can speed farm everything and kill Torment Mephisto like this. Right? So if you want to push deeper in the pit, you can definitely go for Ball of Lightning. But unless you want to go for pit 150, 140, 130, then you do not require Ball of Lightning. And you can play whatever you like. Who's the only one you haven't played? Rogue. Because I'm not the biggest Rogue enjoyer. And I play it if I must, but I don't, like, you know. The rebirth option for characters, yeah, that's what I like about Path of Exile, that if I play hardcore and my character dies, it would just get moved to softcore and I could enjoy the character there furthermore. So losing your char completely has just never made much sense to me. But I also like hardcore has never made much sense to me, so make of that what you want, right? Okay, let's go. Favorite build this season? Boulder Druid. Undying, insane damage, super fun to play. Boulder Druid. Is there a way to make internal characters to seasonal chars? No, that would be stupid. You can make your... you can't even move a seasonal char to eternal during the season, right? But yeah, you cannot make eternal chars seasonal chars. I mean, that would kind of like defeat the purpose of a season, right? I could just make my maxed out eternal char a seasonal one. Why even bother playing this season then? Penitent Greaves. You're permanently unhindered. Nah. I wanted these boots. Okay, what do we got here? Double Helltide. And an Infernal Horde. I don't like the idea of playing an Infernal Horde, but I guess it's fine. Make it work. Okay, this is 2 hours. Not even 2 hours in. Okay, so like, Spiritborn is just faster than all my others so far. But I guess that dashing around is quite something we can do. I mean, Luck, you're just saying that a build that was completely bugged is not working anymore in your complete bugged version that only worked because it was completely bugged. Right? Right? Do I stand you right? I mean, Lunatic, before the bug, cleared Pit 130 and beyond if you had good equipment, as it should. It was a very good build for that. It killed Torment 12 Mephisto, as it should. I'm sorry, mate. You can't complain about your bug build being fixed. That makes no sense. Also, not clearing Pit 150 is completely normal. Why is everyone so obsessed with clearing Pit 150? It's the fastest way to farm legendaries. If you're looking for a specific aspect, you can either oboe gamble, or you upgrade normal items in the cube to legendaries. I have currently 800 of the material, or 900 of the material to upgrade normal items to legendaries. And you probably too, because that material is not being used. How often have you actually upgraded a rare item to a legendary? Probably not, because it's useless to do that. However, whenever you upgrade a weapon, for example, you always get an offensive aspect. If you upgrade a ring, you might get a resource aspect. If you upgrade a... and so on. So the easiest way to get aspects is actually just use that one material whose purpose is only that. Because the glyph farm can get to 150, yeah, but you don't need your glyphs to 150 for anything in the game. I mean, you can kill Torment 12 Mephisto, the hardest challenge in the game, with glyphs around 100 to 110. And you don't need more than that. The Merc coin vendor is good as well, but he's like he's completely random when he outputs, obviously. While I can just go here, right? I can put in a two-handed weapon or a helmet, so I'm looking for defensive aspects, and then I just upgrade to legendary, right? Boom, and I might get a defensive aspect that I don't have yet. And again, so like here, I get another one, so I'm looking for even more defensive aspects, so I just keep upgrading things to legendary. And you have like, I have more than enough, as you can see here. We have like 1,034 of this material. So I'll never run out of that material. There'll never be a point where I'm like, oh no, I have finally run out of it. Oh man, so no. That's just not going to happen, right? I get the Pestilence Storm as 1. Cinders, that was up for 38 minutes, perfect. I have no intention of ever clearing Pit 150. I mean, no one would ever want to clear Pit 150 apart from with a bug build. I'm sorry. If you would go for a real Pit 150 run with a real build that's maxed out, you know, without a bug, the amount of min-maxing you'd have to do, right? The amount of things you'd have to do to actually get to that point are unchristly. And an actual 150 run with a non-bug build is super boring. Because you're going to spend 14 minutes or 14:30 just banging your head against the wall, having the slowest kills possible. The only reason people enjoy doing Pit 150s is because they have overtuned bug builds that actually do it relatively fast. Because a Pit 150 in 30 seconds is not normal. A Pit 150 in a minute is not normal. Right? So if Pit 150 or your build would work the way they're supposed to work, you would definitely not enjoy it. But I'm also a Pit 150 hater, chat, so don't listen to me. Baseless hater, as always. This is Walking Simulator. It's called Diablo 4 and the Spiritborn, who has the power to poison everything, so I can Walking Simulator. And this is not even the final form where I can Walking Simulator even harder. The ultimate goal, to create the ultimate Walking Simulator. Where are you? And were you D3 and Jara? Nope. I played D3, the campaign, and then I never touched the campaign and the DLCs, obviously. And I never touched a single season in Diablo 3. Which is not completely true because last year, was it last year, chat, or was it longer ago? I think last year we, for the first time ever, tried actually a D3 season. It was mildly interesting, but I just never enjoyed D3 that much. Can you get a mythic seal only in tier 12? No, from tier 10 on you can get mythic seals and they can literally drop everywhere. I had a mythic seal drop from the world boss yesterday. And it was the good mythic seal with the bonus sets. Okay? Really cool. Very happy. Have I used it since then? No, not really, because none of my build actually profits from it. What will be your starting class for PoE2 when the new patch drops, Phil? I have to wait for the patch to drop to analyze the patch to then decide what I actually would like to play. And then make a decision based on that. But not really before, because before is all just... You know what? If I had infinite merry-go-arounds here while my pestilent storms are rotating around me, that would be insanely fun. I gotta say, I'm getting more and more on vibe with the evade. You know, I wasn't sure how much I'm gonna enjoy it because I only watch people do pits with it, right? And if you watch people do pits with anything, it just looks horrible. You know, when someone presents his like very high pit finish and you're just like, wow, this looks horrible. Well, this is getting more online with what I enjoy doing. Walker Sensei looks cool. Ghost Bear looks awesome. Yes, there are interesting things coming, but I'm not sure if the Pokemon Master is going to be what I like to play. Might just go do a good old Mercenary once again, because Mercenary is an insane start. What better to play with this? So we want to have Pestilent Storms rotate around us, and then we want to have as many Pestilent Storms as possible rotate around us, and then we would like to have some more Pestilent Storms rotate around us, and with these Pestilent Storms rotating around us, we just want to Rushing Claw into the opponents, and since our Rushing Claw is then going to just infinitely allow me to bounce back and forth, I am hoping that I am able to, like a teleport sword, just literally rush through whatever piece of content I do, while everything around me just dies. Yeah. That's the basic idea. So like an Aura did, just with poison. It should be possible. I just don't see why it shouldn't be possible. To get that done relatively easy. And you'll need some things like Harmony of Abawaka to make like all your skills be different animal skills, kind of. I don't know what the sets do, but I think there was a poison set. That's why everyone is playing poison, so we're going to do a poison set. Maybe we're going to use our mythic glyph as well. I'm not sure what like unique talismans you can do with Spiritborn that would make sense or not. So a lot of interesting things on the horizon. I'm trying to do a Poison Creeper walking simulator, but need to better roll on companion cooldown. I think I've seen something in that direction, so it should work. I mean, there used to be a Poison Slide build where you use like Landslide and Poison Creeper, and it kind of worked. Where your Poison Creeper was like triggering landslides. Not sure if that still works in some capacity or not. Now, usually killing that Burning Butcher at this stage of the game is kind of like harsh, but it seems like Spiritborn got this covered, right? Now, that's 100 ether now, ladies and gentlemen. But that's not going to give me massive XP, then I am going to be mad as a hatter. D4 is so cartoony. Actually not. I mean, D3 is really cartoony. I can agree with that. But D4 feels very good. It definitely... I personally prefer the graphic style of PoE 2, though. Like, if I would have to choose, like, if Diablo could look like PoE 2, I would definitely like it that way, rather. That's just me. The patch already live. The patch is live. Sorks can now do core skills again. And every Sork is obviously enjoying that. Surprise or not surprise. I didn't know that Bone Spirit could work as a Hammerdin. Yes, we have multiple Hammerdin builds right now. You have the Hammerdin build, you have the Bone Spirit Hammerdin build, and you have the Poison Spiritborn Hammerdin build. So there is actually quite some AFK auto farm area builds out there at the given point. which I think is cool. Like, no one gets hurt from having too many, I know attack, I just have you die automatically. Okay, 2 hours, 10 minutes, level 59, minimal left. I could get legendary weapons from this if I wanted to, but the actual activities are shitty. Yeah, I would kind of like to have a double Helltide. That seems good. Pit, Helltide. Simple. We get another Helltide so we can make the Harbingers harder. That's very important. There's a Druid. Yeah, there's a Druid rock build that's also like the Hammered In. That's true. The Druid Boulder Hammered In. But, okay, so Boulder existed before Hammered In, so I guess the Hammered In get to, like, take a step back there. Played the Poison Landslide on S3 too. Now we have 11 second on Amulet Aspect for Companion Skill. This left us with 0.4 cooldown. So what you're saying is there's a chance. What I hear is there's a chance. The fun part about the poison like thingies is they just fly forward through the corridor. And if you shoot them like along the line through the corridor, they'll just hit everything in said corridor, right? They're just throwing them forward. They just hit it all. When is way back to D2? Yeah, I'm talking in D4 terms, sir. I know everyone always believes Diablo 4 player actually played D2, but they just didn't, right? It's like my favorite thing when someone like tries to drop D2 references on you and you're just like, yeah, but I never bothered about D2, sir. I am sorry. And then people are like, but what? I don't understand. How could you? Well, you know. Then they try to convince you that D2 is the greatest game in the world and you need to accept that because otherwise you're weird. Or they're just like, cool, mate, I understand. There's only two ways this conversation goes. Right? You think this build can do Torment 12 with ease? I wouldn't start with a build if I didn't believe I could be doing Torment 12 with ease with this, sir. Otherwise, we'd have to pivot, and I hate to pivot. You know, pivoting is really annoying. So, I believe... What about D1 and Hellfire? I played D1 one time. And I was in hell already, and then I died, and I had to start from the top again, and I was like, I'm done. I was like, yeah, cool. I see. Yeah, I'm done. Fuck this. I'm out. It was fun, though, don't get me wrong, right, to actually get all the way to hell. But it was like, oh, this is how the game works? Yeah, fuck this. I hate it. I'm not going to start from the beginning. You know, that's bullshit. What do you do with Blessed Mother of Lilith when she goes up and slams down, and like the one where she goes circle slam? You either need to have a ability that allows, so when she goes up, you stand to the very left side of the circle, and then you run to the very right side of the circle when she slams down. So it's kind of like you have to position yourself ahead of time that when she slams, that you're pretty much protected from her slam by virtue of just not giving her the middle ground. Because if you give her the middle ground, she wins. Since if you stand like right smack in the middle, she will slam down right smack in the middle. And you will just inevitably get hit. I mean, you could obviously be tanky enough that that does not phase you. Phase. But realistically, it's just like when she goes up, you just don't stand in the middle and you're good to go. It's like how it works. So Nether Step as a Warlock. Yeah, or you have Nether Step as a Warlock, exactly. And then when she comes down, you just go 3 seconds into the Nether Realm, and she cannot kill you. Okay, we got Penitent Grease again. Shit, I was hoping that we get like the actual Spiritborn boots, because there's like Spiritborn boots that say when you use like a core skill or something, or when you use a Spirit Hall skill, then activate a different Spirit Hall skill, or however that was kind of. There's a new cool shit in town. To make a new item called Champion's Gear Eternal. Okay, and what for? What's the fastest way to get legendaries? I guess higher torments? Yes, higher torments, war plans. Kind of. But you actually don't want legendaries, right? You want yellow and blue items with good greater affixes that you can craft into perfect items. Technically, greater affix legendaries are the most useless items this season. Because a greater affix legendary, you cannot reroll shit on it, right? You can reroll one thing on it. So unless you actually find the perfect legendary that has everything on it that you need, and you only need to reroll one stat, it's shit. If you find a legendary that has two stats you don't need, it's shit. Right? And it didn't used to be this way. Diablo was always about find legendaries with greater affixes, and that's good. But those times are over. That's not how you play the game anymore. And this is like something that a lot of Diablo players still have to get used to, because I hear this question on how to get legendaries a lot, and it's the wrong question, right? You should ask yourself about good item bases. And I can't actually wait for the new season to come and to use everything that we have learned this season to really make like the best out of it, right? Because it's gonna be like a whole different world now with the Horadric Cube to fine-tune that. Especially as Blizzard sees fit to, like, I don't know, buff nerf things in the Horadric Cube. We'll see about that. I hope they're not too stupid, because the Horadric Cube is perfect right now. I think what's hurting the people the most is loot filters. You're not wrong. You're absolutely not wrong. People have loot filters that are shit. People think that yellow and blue items should not be displayed. My loot filter also does not display a single yellow and blue item unless it has a greater affix, right? So all yellow and blue items are being filtered out after a certain point, like from Torment 3, 4 on usually. Unless they have a greater affix, then they're being shown. Because obviously you want the yellow and blue items with the greater affixes. When's the season ending? Oh, the season is not ending for another 2 months. Don't you worry, child. I am sorry if I scared you. This was not my intention. Please sub to Ponyhop. The season goes on for a while, still. It's just like, I personally just still can't wait for the next season, but that's a standard thing in ARPGs. You always end up not being able to wait for the next season, right? Like, you're pretty much 2 days into the new season, you're like, man, you know what? I can't wait for the next season. It's the most normal thing in the world to say. Mm-hmm. Random seals. The most annoying part will be getting 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. We're almost there, ladies and gentlemen. It's not long anymore. We get like 2 more. We get 2 more thingies to knock out here. That's gonna be good. We'll do double Helltide, Bob, and then we'll see where it goes. What do you do with the blue GA affix? Just keep adding more affixes in the cube. So you take a blue item with a greater affix, okay? You remove everything that you don't want, and then you specifically add things that you do want. Might it be defensive or offensive stuff? If you are unsure about crafting, we have like multiple guides on the YouTube channel that explain to the dot how to really craft perfect items. Also how to lock greater affixes. That's a little trick to do. just yesterday, we uploaded a video on how to get more damage. And in that video, how to get more damage, I'm also, again, going over the item crafting process. So that would probably be your #1 stop right now on how to become a better player and do more damage. And everything you find in my videos is pretty much what we do here on stream as well. And I don't have any secret techniques that I kept away from you, right? My secret crafting techniques that I can't reveal to the masses because then they'll be stolen by the government. No, they don't exist. It's like everything what I also do. Well, you can pretty much see it for this character because we're going to get level 70. Then we're going to bumble around with a few items just normally. And then I'm already going to pull from my stash just a good yellow base that I'm going to craft up to be the perfect item. Potentially. I'm not sure how many bases I have currently left. I actually used up quite a lot for the paladin. That filthy paladin. He stole all my good item bases, ladies and gentlemen. I actually used up quite some resources for him, I gotta admit. Because we had to make 2 builds on the paladin, right? So all the other characters have only had 1 build, apart from my warlock who has 6 builds. But the paladin actually did get 2 builds. I love a loot filter from I'd love a loot filter video from you. We have that. The video is called Must Have Settings, and there is my loot filter in there. It's down to explain what I'm doing. My loot filter has 4 rules. 4 rules, not more. This is 4 rules. You don't need more. Vego, thank you for the Prime subscription and support. Vego, very good to see you there, partner. I mean, for Path of Exile, it's even easier because there's an actual tool to do loot filters, right? You don't even have to think. You can just click. In PoE, for example, I don't make my own loot filter as well because that's just a waste of time. There's just never sync where I do my loot filters. But for Diablo, we made a simple one. Victor, if you think Diablo's cartoonish, you're an idiot. I'm like, consider that, how do I say this now? It comes down what for games you're playing, right? That's literally where the opinion of D4 being cartoonish or so comes from. I mean, if you play Path of Exile 2, if you started ARPGs with that, and then you see Diablo 4, I can understand someone saying that, right? The graphical fidelity of PoE 2 is so much cooler. Absolute best warlock build for wood. So I think the Apocalypse Warlock is the absolute best warlock build for anything but killing Mephisto. Right? If you want to kill Mephisto, everything else, yay. And then you could make a build that's specifically just designed to kill Mephisto. So I know people that killed Mephisto also with their Apocalypse Warlocks, don't get me wrong. I just really do not like the fight there, especially on Torment 12. "22 Greater Whisper caches. Damn, sir. Board games. I'm happy the root strategy is working nice for you. I actually stacked up 7 roots for later use, right? Poor Butcher, give me those 100. Let's go. Dreadclaw can go all the way Torment 12, and Dreadclaw is actually good to kill Torment 12 Mephisto. The advantage of Dreadclaws is that you can just put them on him, right? When he spawns, you just spam and you always do peak damage. Whereas with Apocalypse, you gotta like always get to that point where you stack up a little bit and then you get peak damage. So that's definitely advantage of the Dreadclaws. Like, right, you just walk in and go like bop, 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 bop. While the expansion played for 1 hour, D4 doesn't go for me after 1,300 hours of PoE 2. I feel you, sir. Because either you love Diablo or you hate it. You know, it's like just that simple. You gotta like it for what it is. Like, right? How the endgame works, how the new systems work. And if that's not your cup of tea, you're gonna not just like it. There's like no trying to like Diablo, pretty much. You know what I mean? Like, I can try to like COD, I can try to like Battlefield, right? It's fine, I'll get over it. Diablo is one of these like games where you just like it or you don't. A link for the skill tree for this build? No, absolutely not. Sorry. I mean, we're just whiffing it here right now. So I put down again together a few notes. Like, I want to use Pestilent Storm. I want to use Poison. And then I have my cliffhangers, and you pretty much just go into the skill tree, clear all, then you do Pestilent Storm. You figure out where do you get Pestilent Storm from, then use these abilities. Then you gotta also understand, you know, where do you get Weaken from, because Weaken is used in the build. Where do you get Vulnerable from, because Vulnerable is being used from the build. And then you look at like step by step, using these different thingies to put your build together. And then I'll give you the build guide later on. That's my process of like, how do I do things. That's a little bit similar to PoE, where you go into the passive tree and you type in minion damage, rage, spell damage, and then you just find the nodes that actually kind of fit what you're doing. I still feel like a lot of people are not... Did you ever use that search function, chat? Did you? D4 is a casual ARPG to fill the time between seasons. I'm fully with you there. I mean, the fun part is that even the Diablo developers back in the days, I'm not sure if they would repeat this nowadays, right, under Microsoft ownership, but they pretty much also said that Diablo is like where you play the season, and as soon as you're done, you gotta move on and play some other games, right? Do not try to overplay the game. Well, it's good to know that you never use that search bar. It's what I this is very important for build crafting. You can also use this in the Paragon board. So if you're looking for resistances, if you're looking for maximum life and so on, cooldown reduction, right? You can pretty much use this to find that also in the Paragon board. It is very useful. Good bonus information. This should get me to 64. I still feel like if I put 100 ether in, there should be more XP coming out. But the XP seems to be not scaling with the amount of ether.
You know where to find me.
Mainlander, what do you seek? The stars align.
Okay, we get this one up, so that's 3 minimum. Now we're gonna clear that pit out, and then we're gonna do the 2 whispers. They did great with the expansions, actually great immo, and I disliked the game hard before. Well, Snuthead, that's great to know, thank you. But it's also good to hear that kind of feedback, right? I think a lot of people who started with Season 1 Diablo, they're now coming back and actually notice that a lot of the changes they missed are good, right? I mean, if you were Season 1 Diablo and you haven't played, then you didn't see, like, the Masterworking, the Loot Reborn, the Tempering Master, like, the Tempering, right? All that kind of stuff is just, like, new music for you, because you, like, really just didn't see it. It's definitely admirable what Blizzard did with Diablo. but it was also necessary. Right? On the one hand, great fucking job, Diablo 4 devs, for finally making the game good. Also, what the fuck? How did it take you so many years? Right? Like, yes, credits where credits due, but how, like, you know? Why not on the first try? Why not on the frigging first try? I mean, in comparison, Diablo 1.0 was an absolute shame. Like, if you compare this to the expansion, what we have right now, what the fuck was that scam on release? In comparison. Please right-click items, don't drag and drop. Sir, I want you to accept that drag and dropping is the superior mode of moving items. I want to feel the act of clicking my items and putting them somewhere. Gosh darn it. You always notice when people don't play single player games, chat. It's part of the experience. Nothing better than picking something up and putting it somewhere else. Unless you need to pick 400 items up and put them somewhere else. Then I agree. Right-click king. Okay, what do we got here? We got Init, casting grants, damage reduction could work, jack skills. Actually, no, none of these, like, I mean, we want to have, like, just consumption needs to be up, right? It's 2% for each active pestilence storm. We're gonna have like 8 to 10 up later. Okay, 65. We got 30 minutes left to not be slower than the other classes. But I got a little cheat code this time with the character chat. And that would be, for some reason, my actual Helltide, my actual PvP zone whispers were spawned. Sorry, I'm alive. How does Spiritborn feel right now? The poison feels good. I'm not sure how the others feel. The problem with Spiritborn has been that if you ask for a good Spiritborn build, it has either been Gorilla Thorns or Evade Spiritborn, right? Before that, it was Jaguar Spam. So the amount of actual viable Spiritborn builds have always been severely limited. There's never been like a scenario where it's like, oh wow, we have like 5 different Spiritborn builds that are like super amazing. It was always like Evade or Thorns or Jaguar ulti. Okay, what do we got here? Movement speed. Awesome. Movement speed. Awesome. I mean, easy peasy sitting here at almost 200%. Let's go. Quill Volley was also good at some point. Eagle of 8 shenanigans. I mean, Eagle of 8 shenanigans or Eagle of 8 shenanigans, right? And have been at an all-time high. I just teleported back to... Oh, I just favorited that for no reason. Jesus. I'm wondering, where are you putting me? Why are you doing this to me? Monk was my favorite in D3. It's the only class that feels martial. I like Monk in D3 as well. I'm with you on that one. Okay, 66, almost 67 from that whisper chat. That means with the next Whisper, I can easily push myself to...
What brings you to the ancient isles?
68 now.
Taken apart.
And the good thing is we get this Whisper here left. You have always 5 different variations to evade. I think I always play Necromancer in every single Diablo. Necromancer and Druid. So in Diablo 2 back in the days, I always play Necro. Just favorite class, wholesale. And then I also went for the Druid when it was new in... I think Lord of Destruction brought the Druid, if I'm not mistaken, right? So, like, just went for animal form shenanigans. Diablo 3 was also... no, Diablo 3 didn't have the Necro at first, so I don't even know what I played there at first. Huh. Was the Paladin in Diablo 3 at first? The Paladin was in Diablo 3 at first, right? Like, on release. So I guess I played that. But I really don't remember. A long while ago. Or Crusader. Yeah, Crusader Paladin, you know what I'm talking about. But I genuinely don't know. Crusader came with Reaper of Souls, so that means I played... Was Druid in there? In Diablo 3? I really don't know. Okay, Paladin was first expansion. Monk. Yeah, I'd probably play Monk then. Monk. Yeah, then I played Monk, most likely. But I try to play Necro in every Diablo possible. I mean, Necro is still my main class, I'd say. Despite having only made one single Necro build this season, Necro is still my main class. I just only like very, very, very specific things in Necro, right? Very specific builds that make me happy. Okay, how do we do the last 3 levels now, ladies and gentlemen? It's the easiest way. My best would be if I could gain, like, Obolds and Opticide. That would be good. How much longer is this one up? This one's up for another 2 minutes. That would be a fail. Okay, I need bonus XP. That one. That one, that one, that one. Yeah, that can work. Level us nicely. That's the pin. I never played Witch Doctor. That's one thing that like slipped past me in Diablo 3. I never get to enjoy that class. But I think now with the addition of the Warlock, we're probably never going to get a Witch Doctor, right? I mean, I couldn't even feasibly think what the next class is going to be. It needs to be something new because now we got the Paladin plus the Warlock, right? And the Warlock is obviously something new. But like the next class they're adding to the game couldn't be just... I don't know, like a return of an old thingy, right? A lot of people have been like speculating if Demon Hunters may be returning, but how would that feel? Something new. A Bard. Where's the Bard class, Chan? Defeat your enemies with the power of rock. A sound mage. I mean, it would definitely like to see like Blizzard show some creativity. I really like what they did with the Warlock, and I think like with a few more tweaks, buffs, nerfs, and everything, Warlock will be like a wholesale viable fun class, right? So can't wait to see what they'll like, how it will look end of the day. But yeah, I want more new things. I want old things, right? If they did Witch Doctor like they did in D3, it would be different from other classes in D4. I mean, don't get me wrong, a Witch Doctor would probably be fun, but it would just show a ginormous lack of creativity on their side. Right? I mean, come on. Can you really not think about something new? Can you really not think outside of the box? And you get to do like another class you've already done before? Bring the Amazon back. Okay. Okay. You really think Blizzard is creative? Well, I don't know who works there at this moment anymore. I mean, if you look back to who worked at Blizzard when 1.0 got released, and who works at Blizzard nowadays, those are not the same teams anymore. AKA Mr. Joey Shelley, systematic ARPG rant. You will never, you'll never, you know about this very funny moment in the history of Diablo if you just started playing the game too late. But there used to be a campfire chat, and there used to be this man called Mr. Joey Shelley, who was there. I don't even know what he was, but they let him in on these chats for some reason. And he took a whole 20 minutes to explain that Diablo is not an ARPG, it's an SARPG. Because there's systems in the game. And you know, all these systems, and then there are systems, and systems make this game great. And you gotta imagine that that was like an important campfire chat update stream where you want to hear things about the game. And then there's this weirdo who's berating you about the game being an SRPG instead of an ARPG and why that actually matters and why you should care. And you're just wondering who let that man on camera and outside of his box. I mean, by all means. No offense. And did you care? No, it was the worst 15 minutes. I mean, I wish it was like 2 minutes, right? But the man just kept on going and no one just thought about stopping him. Like, you have to imagine like 4 developers just sitting there and everyone like, yeah. Like, yeah. Like, keep on talking, Joey. The man got let go like 2 months later or so. Like, it was literally his last campfire chat where we ever saw him, right? And then like I think two months later he was also not on the team anymore. So yeah, I guess also someone thought that the man's like just full of shit. So I mean, like, with all due respect to the developers, right? Don't get me wrong, but was the easiest, most straightforward build to farm Torment 12? Oh, it's a Sorg. Sorg is just a broken pile of shit right now. In a good way. I mean, you can go for the Ball of Lightning build, you can go for the Crackling Energy build, and you pretty much have a 1-button build where you just teleport around. I mean, activate your ulti, 1 button, and then another button, teleport around, and that's it. In between, you might have to press your barrier every now and then so you don't die. And that's like it. Sounds like, don't you all have phones? Hey, don't you all have phones? I mean, there are people still hating on Diablo Immortal, but if you actually ever played Diablo Immortal, the game's insane. When we spent a summer actually playing Diablo Immortal, and it was brilliant. I don't regret a single second playing the game. So I was really happy having phones. It still baffles me that people are nowadays upset about a pocket Diablo. I would have killed to have a pocket Diablo when I was a student. Actually, you know what? It would have been terrible if Diablo Immortal existed as I was a student. Absolutely terrible. I'm happy we did not have that back in the days. Because I am weak, Chan. And I would have definitely had troubles there. I mean, I already played, like, back in my days, in my university time, I played Ion Online on my gaming laptop in my professor's lectures. I also played League of Legends, but I was sitting in the last row, so that was fine. It was, like, spoiler alert, it wasn't fine, but, like, yeah. Not my problem. I mean, I still finished my, you know, studies with a very good grade. But definitely playing League of Legends in a lecture, even if you're sitting in the last row, was not fine. The room was big though, so I only feel partially bad about it. Phone is too busy occupied by FGO. What's FGO, sir? It sounds like your phone needs an exorcist. It was horrible that D2 was a thing while you was a student. I mean, I'm happy I was already done with World of Warcraft when I became a student. I mean, I played, you know, when I was 14, World of Warcraft a lot. Then with 18, 19 again. But when I was studying, it was like League of Legends, Heroes of New Earth, I think, and Ion Online. Those were like the games keeping me occupied. If Dota Auto Chess released at that time, oh my goodness, I would have not finished my bachelor. I'll tell you that much for free. I'm really happy about the games around the time I was studying. That's for sure. Didn't completely get ruined. We had vanilla woodworking when I was in college. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. Ah, Fate Ground Order, a gacha game. I know the anime from Fate Ground Order, but I wasn't aware that there's a gacha game attached to it. Good to know.
Ancients, watch over this one.
Okay, Taro spoiled, ladies and gentlemen, and we are so close to the level up, my friends. Almost there. How many whispers do we have? We pretty much just need to finish one whisper and we should actually level up, right? Oh yeah, let's go here, Helltide. You know what? Before I go into the Helltide, maybe we should find a Helltide, right? Right. Yes, charms. That's actually really good. I can work with that. Let's finish that. I just watched the Paladin build, and those different builds are nuts. I'm happy you enjoyed that, Baxter. You can actually make Paladin fun, and I'm very happy that we did. What's up, bro? Poisoning the world, sir. While rushing, clawing around. So nothing unusual. No, just the day-by-day get-go. In college, after I get out of the army, I played a new game called SimCity. Yeah, but you could pause that game, brother, right? Like, I don't know if you were there when League of Legends was new. Because back in the days, those League of Legends rounds, and actually before those Dota rounds, were at least 45 minutes. Every single time. Sometimes even 50 minutes. I remember matches of Dota when it was a Warcraft 3 mod. Okay, Warcraft 3 mod. Like 1 hour, 5 minutes. Dude. And you couldn't leave because if you played Dota serious, you were actually in one of those Dota League websites where you would log in to get like ranking and so on. And those matches they took. I was like, Mom, I can't come for dinner. I'm on my Dota League match. Seriously, Mom. Busy. Very busy. Best season with Lord of Hatred. I'm happy you bought it because you would be disappointed if you didn't.
It is done.
I mean, the biggest scam with Lord of Hatred, and I say scam, is still that you're not getting all the skills without it. Like, I'm sorry, I can just not call it not a scam. My apologies, but it's just so questionable. Right? I think we all feel this way. This is not just me, like, being intentionally difficult or something. But not getting all the skills. I understand the decision making, right? I understand why Blizzard did it, but that doesn't make it better, you know? It does not make it any better. I was in boarding school when Dota was a mod and the new and fresh thing. I can count how many times dinners I skipped because I was playing Dota. Yeah. I mean, I actually did never skip dinner because I really scheduled things nicely, right? I was very, you know, aware of what's happening in my house. And then I told my mom, like, I'm now in a match. It's going to take 86 minutes, mom. So like, you know, if you actually communicated back in the days with your parents and they had an ounce of understanding or just wanted to be left alone, I guess, who knows? Then everything worked out. Okay, just one more blip here, chat. Come on, give me that level up. You know you want it. Did you also play Warcraft 3 Vampirism? Sir, I have had a folder with 500 mini games at least back in the Warcraft 3 days. I mean, you didn't just have Dota. You had like Liquid TD, Werewolf, Vampirism, all the different tag games, like the Space Marines versus Tyranids, like all that kind of stuff, right? All the potential mini games. You had a folder with like 500 of those. I mean, there were these folder packs that you could get, right? And they had all the maps. And then you just had to make sure that you actually had the most up-to-date version of the map. That was like quite complicated sometimes. But Footman Frenzy, my friend, you absolute beautiful person. Are you going to carry on with Crimson Desert anytime soon? There's nothing to carry on with, sir. I mean, I've finished the game. There are updates releasing, yes, but they're not fundamentally changing the game. So my next Crimson Desert shenanigans are going to be when the game gets a DLC. Okay, Chad, we are level 70 now. So what do we need to do to, like, we can go obviously into Torment here. Let's put in our first points. And we're going to play the Consumption. This one needs intelligence. I bet we don't have enough intelligence to make this work. Not in the first board. By any means. Okay, we're gonna do Consumption, and we're gonna go for same basic skill, increase all purchase skills. Every third consecutive cast with same core skills or potent skill reduces all skill cooldowns. That one on Rushing Claw would reduce all my cooldowns. Unless I'm completely out of the loop, right? Let's go Torment 1. I mean, I'm not even like gonna pick up bonus items. We're just gonna see how, like, if we could go Torment 1 like this. Without even picking up 750 items, which is obviously like super stupid. So if I now use my Rushing Claw 3 times in a row, then my other cooldowns are being reduced and I can just make sure to have all the other stuff up, right? So technically, as soon as I have that Paragon board, I don't want to use my basic skill anymore because I just want to use Rushing Claw to keep up my other stuff, right? Because then I could just Rushing Claw around and I could keep up my centipedes from the centipede skill continuously. That's at least the basic idea behind it, I assume. Is the Thorns Gorilla build still legit? There is a Thorns Evade Gorilla build, but it's not the traditional Thorns Gorilla that you're thinking about, I think. So there's no Payback Gorilla build. That was Season 11, and I don't think that the Payback build actually works in that way anymore. So no, sadly, no Payback for you. If that is then what you're aiming for, right? I think this should be insane versus the boss right now, because if I can just reduce my cooldowns, it'd be nifty. Okay, so this is like one of the more important things to get, right? And also, the more Pestilent Storms I have out, the more damage I deal. So this is already very good with the glyph if I then had the glyph activated, right? But obviously this is not intelligence board. I gotta check if like the first board is actually an intelligence board that I went for there, and it would make sense to go for it. Your highest pit? I usually stop around pit 120. I don't play further. I mean, I currently have pit 130 unlocked, but I have literally not bothered with any build to do pit 130. My paladin can do it easy. My sword can do it easy. My druid can do it easy as well. Well, actually, my druid would have to farm a bit more, but then it could do it easy. The necro, the warlock has to get tankier. The necro is currently around 120, and the build I play is not meant to beat 120 beyond. It was just meant to beat Torment 12 Mephisto. Okay. So that's that. Okay, so without 750 items, we just did that. Consumption up. Warlock Apocalypse and Lunatic is boring. Then you should go for Tiny's Grasp. Okay. Tiny's Grasp is not boring at all. It's absolutely brilliant and super fun. Okay, see, this one has more intelligence going around. If I'm lucky, I could actually activate the glyph already. Yeah, look at that. Boom, chakalaka. That's very useful. Just straight up activated. I gotta think if I can like move a bit smarter through this board here, because I usually want to go in from the other side. I'll have to see. The first glyph we want to play is this one here, even though it's not good yet, but it will be good down the line. So we're gonna do this one. Yeah. Good job. We can move out into the... the problem is Vicious Shield wouldn't work now because I don't have a barrier yet, right? So here you do more damage the more barrier we have. We don't have a barrier. Ta-da. When you use a cooldown, you gain the thorns. No, isn't there one when you move? Move. Gain additional evade charge after moving 10 meters. You deal increased damage for 5 seconds. This can up to 20 times. Yeah. So as long as I'm moving, I do more damage, right? And is there a centipede thingy? I guess I'll go for the movement first, drive. And then hope that that actually makes me faster. And we could go here, total life, movement speed and crit chance. Yeah. I mean, that seems reasonable. Why can't you see the entire screen? Because you're in a stream that says vertical. The Druid Barrier would count as enough, but I don't know how I want to produce Barrier down the line, so we'll have to look up how do I want to create Barrier with this. Okay, we're in Torment 1, so first things first, chat. Let's just get a set of 850 item power items. So this is what we always do first. Why don't we just pull things now from my stash? It's not how I enjoy playing the game, so I'm just going to pull like a bunch of 850 items here if I can. We're going to go to the barter ring to just get myself like 850 items, right? And then we're essentially going to like go hard later on. I got for here 14. So we're gonna like do the first. This is the main reason why we're doing this is to like identify problems of the build, if that makes sense. Right? We gotta see just like first what works, what doesn't work. Chest piece. Offensive.
Did I count it out right?
It's about just getting like a set of beginner items and then making my way downtown, walking fast. Oh, movement speed. Okay. So what do we want to have? We get 2 rings. Oh my goodness, the rings are horrible. Let me just buy like at least an 850 rings, something here around that line. Utility aspect cache could actually have rings, yeah. And actually utility could not have rings, but it could have an amulet. Potency skilled, vulnerable damage. And you know what? Not bad, not bad. I'll take it. Oh, I can have a ring here, please. There's 1 ring. Yep, here. Thank you very much. Okay, so our resource is currently gained simply over the resource here. So we got ourselves the aspect of sapping. That was for enemies that are primary resource per second each nearby enemy affected by your damage. So that works. Then we got gloves, and gloves can get... I mean, what do we have? Do we have like poison something? We got the aspect of infestation. I guess my 2-handed weapon. So I get more pestle and swarm. Shaboink. Let's see. Poison. What am I missing? Oh, we're missing the aspect of pestilence, soil power, reapers, and tormentors. Shit. Pestilence storms deal increased damage and spiral outwards. Aha. That's what I need. Badly. Badly. Right? I mean, what we could go for is actually interesting. So we can take Lynn's Anvil. Chad? Lynn? Okay. When did we reach 70? 2 hours and 54 minutes in. So you can play aspect of Lynn's Anvil. And then there's actually an aspect resolve for boots. I think it is something with dodge. Here. Casting a non-basic mobility skill grants 3 resolve. Casting a defensive skill with 8 stacks of resolve increases its damage. So what's happening is that you have a mobility skill that's non-basic, and we get resolve, and then Glenn's Anvil. Boom, we're tanky. Yep. I mean, for my... I don't think I... Neurotoxic on my amulet for now. Okay, that holds up for the time being. Now the question is, do we kick out? What do we kick out? Because I want to play my ulti. But what do I kick out when I want to play my ulti? Right? What can I kick out? Scorch? Probably. I feel like the only thing I can kick out right now would be my core skill. My core skill is actually cool, but then we have the ulti, but the ulti has 42 seconds cooldown. I mean, if I could spam Rushing Claw more, that would be great. I guess I need more ranks in Ravager so that my minimum ferocity is 4, right? Could that work? Can we get more ranks in Ravager? Yeah, and I probably need 20, right? Then that would work. Moving increases your eagle skill, so we need Ravager. I mean, we're in Torment 1. Let's instantly... Let's keep the core skill currently and not worry too much. What we're going to do is we're going to pull a point out of the counterattack, and I'm going to do here... pull together, knocks down 50% more damage. I want to pull out another point. And deals more damage. And then I'm going to put Vortex in. Because what's going to happen now is actually super illegal. You want to see something super illegal, chat? So we're going to put a socket in here. Yeah. And what we're going to do is, we're going to play the runes of Cry, which is Vortex. But we're going to use Moni. So if I now use 2 mobility skills, and that would be just 2 dashes of Rushing Claw, I will trigger Vortex, and then I'll trigger Vortex, and then I'll trigger Vortex. It's so easy, but it's actually completely illegal. One thing we need to do is we need to leave the game. Held in. Looks pretty nifty. Oh, by the way, yes, we could use Gorilla. We could use Gorilla as our main Spirit Hall. And then use Gorilla for Barrier. I completely forget that fact, that Gorilla is Barrier. I'm an idiot. Because that would already make the convergence node work. We need to kick out our... This is a Tribute of Armament. Oradrim. Tribute of Armament. Talisman items. And that's it, yeah. Let's go. Okay, we'll need the Harmony of Abawaka, and we'll need a ring. So let's open up the loot boss table here. Quickly, chat. Loot. So we have to kill the bosses called, let's see, Harmony. What does Harmony do? Harmony makes Spirit Hall things work good. So Harmony is Bartek. Ah! Okay, that's fine. And I need the Ring of the Writhing Moon. Writhing, however you write that one. Jesus. Ring of the Writhing Moon is Lord Zur. That's good. Okay, I need tributes. What is the best way to get loads of legendary tributes of armaments? Just play. The tribute of armaments, they're nowadays dropping more than ever before. So before, they didn't drop as much as they should. That is a fact, pretty much confirmed by Blizzard, because they actually, in one of the patch notes, there was a fix, and it says the tribute of armaments is now dropping as intended. So I would assume that actually, like, works, right? Look at how efficient this works now with a few aspects. And we don't even have the aspects that we need, right? Which is the crazy part. I can pretty much just do. So like we pretty much just got into the Torment tiers, but with like a little bit base thingies, we can already do the full evade poison shenanigan. I mean, obviously we don't have the aspect to have like poison spiral around us, which is a bummer. I mean, I actually don't need my core skill anymore, at least not here. I gotta say, right? I get away really without the core skill. I'm definitely enjoying this more than I expected to. I mean, this is plenty illegal. Like, Jesus Christ, right? See, like, she... Okay, chat. I mean, like, as I said, standard 850 items, right? We're not even, like, I have one aspect here twice, accidentally. Oops. My rings don't even have aspects that I require, right? Oops. Okay, we're looking for Eagle skills. Not looking for Eagle skills. A sword can teleport through walls. I need to see where I'm going. That is a huge difference, sir. Okay, let's jump instantly into Torment 3, by the way. So yeah, I cannot jump over walls, which is a heavy restriction. I like how easy we can reset cooldowns. It's like really nice. Okay, for Torment 3, I would need a bit more power, right? Yet out of my gear. No, just jumping into Torment 3 without like Paragon points spent is definitely feeling awkward. But I could just spend my Paragon points, I guess. You know, we have only half of them spent right now. I played Sork yet. Sork is great because Sork on top of the teleporting just does illegal damage, unholy damage. The amount of damage it deals is just really not from this planet. I didn't even know that we had a Paragon board that would give us cooldown reduction when we spam things. I think that's new, right? That Paragon board. That's a change I wasn't aware of in Spiritborn. I gotta say, I prefer playing this with a core skill because it just gives me something to do in between instead of just evading, you know? Oh, sorry. Okay, we're finally able to maybe get like some more aspects from this, right? Because we're missing a lot of aspects. We also need to look for our runes. So we got now the Canny. Canny is always for crit, non-physical, and then usually no, but Canny is okay. Canny is for crit in other classes. Sorry. Kenny is always for crit, apart from if it's not for crit because we're using the wrong class, right? Kenny is a intelligence-based one, and we get quite some intelligence here, so I'm going to travel in from this side. And it's going to activate itself quite nifty. Yep. Good. Okay, what do we got? Infighter, convergence. Convergence is like you deal bonus damage. All your bonuses to damage with physical, lightning, cold, poison, and shadow combined. Would work. We also have the barium. I don't need one of these two right now. Oh. We're good for a poison build? We're trying. My friend. We're trying to see what's possible. It's the second ring. What other damaging aspect could we play? Aspect of inner calm. If we're standing still, we're good. Thing is, aspect of inner calm works actually with the dish dashing around, because standing still in this case means like actually like if I'm just moving with my Russian claw, I am standing still, because I am not moving with other means, if that makes sense. Like I am standing still.
A jewel plucked from the sky.
Right? Because obviously I hadn't moved.
Keep your treasures close.
Do you think they'll ever increase the oboe limit? It clearly seems like they don't see that as a problem. The simple reason why we have an oboe limit is so that you actually take a break from blasting. That's the only legitimate reason I can understand an oboe limit. I mean, like, so sir, you've been blasting for the past 20 minutes. You're at an oboe limit. Could you just return back to base quickly? Yep, that's good. Now you're allowed to go blasting again. That's fine. Don't forget to take your mandatory 2-minute break, checking your equipment. Oh, Duriel and Torment 3? Well, bop, 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 bop. And we almost did 1 million damage, Chad. Woo! Million damage, gang. I'm just trying to get out of here. I played since last season. What's new? Can anyone give me TLDR? Everything. Meister. Everything. There is no TLDR. Everything. What do you mean TLDR? What's not new? Broseph. Hello, Mr. Rats. I gotta say, the Paragon boards in Spiritborn don't give Spiritborn that much power compared to the Paragon boards of other classes. I mean, the Paragon boards of Paladin absolutely overtuned. The Paladin boards of the Paragon boards of Warlock also absolutely overtuned. I mean, every single Warlock Paragon board gives you at least 100% bonus damage. Every single Paragon board from Paladin also 100% damage. Then you look at old Paragon boards like Druid, Necro, and so on. It's like, oh, 50% bonus damage. Yeah, 50% no, and 40% here, but it's actually 40% conditional bonus damage. Yeah. Say thank you, please. And then you look at Warlock and it says like stand around 100% bonus damage. Stand around and have a demon next to you, 200% bonus damage. Okay. Cool. Then why am I even trying? You know? And Warlock still doesn't die. Warlock does sufficient enough amount of amazing damage, sir.
Mainlander, what brings you?
Lord Zer. So we get already one item that we need. That would be the Ring of the Writhing Moon. A pestilent storm spawns every 4 seconds. Poison damage per hit. Your spawns now orbit around you and reduce an equipped eagle skill's cooldown by 0.5 seconds per hit. So that is the easiest one you can just get there. Very simple. So that instantly is a beast improvement. Let's see how that goes now. The Marauder Cube is going to stay. The Marauder Cube is there forever now. It's an improvement to the game. So if I now make Pestilent Storms, they're going to orbit around me. Look at this. So now I'm a poison delivery system, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Nothing more, nothing less. Just a poison delivery system. Poison delivery system. So now I finally need my basic skill again because I kind of fumbled it. Look how fast we went through this dungeon, ladies and gentlemen. Ah, beautiful. I mean, considering that this is like at minimum efficiency, it's fine to me. Problem is, currently I still need this Spirit Hall. So right now I have Jack, maximum ferocity increased by 1, and gain 1 stack of ferocity whenever you kill an enemy or damage a boss. So I need that currently until I find a way to get my ferocity ranks up. Right? So we need to get our ferocity ranks up, and then we're good. But sadly, I only have like the wrong set. While your skill active, your spirit gain ultimate spirit. Your spirit. No, that's not what we're looking for. That is not what we're looking for. That's up how they nerfed Necro and Warlock because of damage bug, but not Rogue. They didn't nerf Necro Warlock. They just fixed the damage bug. Sir. Also, Spiritborn only does pit 150 with the bug as well. Fixing bugs is not nerfing, sir. Ah, look at how beautiful this works so far. But in order to jump now the Torment tiers, I really need to get... I need to get my set before I can jump more Torment tiers. Look at all these thingies just rotating around me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a demon. They didn't fix Rogue's massive damage bug. I think they fixed that already. Didn't they do that in the first week of fixing? I mean, one of the massive damage bugs. I mean, this is currently without the bug, but there's a bug that would give me 600% more damage. Chad? You know? That I could just apply. I'm not. But we're gonna avoid using said bug for 600% more damage until we either require it or not. But again, trying to keep away from that. Hey, there should have been set items dropping. I got robbed.
It is done.
Of amulets. Hmm.
Step up to my anvil.
Oh, tribute of armament. Very good. I guess I should probably equip a better pair of gloves because mine is currently 777 item power. Right?
Mainlander. What
Okay, no, this is good. We need talisman items. Talisman items and Undercity runs. Undercity. Undercity. So I have like more reasons to run the Undercity, right? Talisman items. Is Infernal Hordes event overtuned? I just got like 3,000 currency solo. They just buffed. There's currently an event running. In case you missed it. So there's the Infernal Hordes event thingy running where you get more stuff now. It's the only way how they can make people enjoy the Infernal Horde by running that Infernal Horde event. Almost feels like the Infernal Hordes is meant to exactly be that way when the event is running, because without the event, it just doesn't feel good. They didn't buff the hordes. It's just an event. It will be gone in a bit. Oh, goblin. Perfection, chat. A goblin here. This is probably going to be the fastest character from just from a farming perspective, because as soon as we get this completely online, I probably can do like pits in record tempo without even trying, right? So the main important thing I right now need is more ranks in my Jaguar thingy, because then I'll have 4 ranks passive of the ferocity. And if I have 4 passive ranks of ferocity, then you can always dash with the claw. So that's the first thing we should now try to get. And preferable with ranks to gorilla skills, I guess. Because that would solve all my problems. Why ranks to gorilla skills? Because then I can use my main spirit hall as gorilla. If I can do main spirit hall gorilla, that's all we need. Set charms. Really? Really? I get only 2 set charms? I got an Echoing Hatred invitation? At this point of the game? Oh god, no. Oh god, no! Carry me, Chad. This would, carry me. This would fix all our loot problems. Hey, how about... Okay, listen, Chad. How about we just take the team with us into the Echoing Hatred, and we just solve all our problems? Huh? You know? Like, anyone wants to do an Echoing Hatred and just like, you know, give me 20,000 loot bags and we're just done with this character? I mean, it's not the fine English way of doing things, but, you know, sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. I do not have any materials for re-rolling. That is absolutely upsetty spaghetti. Let me tell you that much for free. I can do it. Vigo, I trust you. You're amazing. I mean, someone with the name of Vigo is definitely going to save me. So if you just get invited, just come so we can get you in. And Neramis, okay, you're in as well. Let's get you running. Neramis, there you go. Oh, we get Mr. Taro. Give me around to 140. I mean, I'll take that as a guarantee. Otherwise, we're going to report you to Blizzard admins for not cheating. Static Field Sork. I haven't tried Static Field Sork, so I have no opinion on it, to be honest. Everyone, get those arms up. Give me 2 minutes, Taro. Ooh, Taro. Do we have 2 minutes? We're going to be sitting there and waiting for you. So let's first judge people's thingies. Okay, we got a barbarian here, chat. Ooh, not even gem strength. I see. Not a gamer, just an enthusiast, chat. Still decent. Not gonna... Indestructible. Got robbed, brother. Maximum resource. Not bad. Maximum resource again. Okay, you got... I mean, you're playing Melted Heart of Selig, so maximum resource is actually fine, right? In that case. We got what? Cooldown reduction. Shadow resistance. Why do we have shadow resistance on that ring? Sir, what is this ring? What good God's earth is that ring?
You have a trace of echoes. The time has come again.
Is shadow resistance. Like, what am I supposed to do with that? Who the hell is gem strength? Well, you know what? I have gem strength on one single item, and that's why I just judge people that don't have gem strength. You know? I'm obviously above the fold. You know how it is. I got one single item with gem strength. So, I'm the superior gamer now, obviously. I don't understand your question. Okay, where's Taro now? He said 2 minutes. 2 minutes are over, Taro. There we go. Okay, getting carried by 3 barbarians. This is like, oh my goodness, you're large, sir. How do you do that? You're ginormous. Dude. Gem strength in this economy? Dude. Okay, on we go, ladies and gentlemen. Would I usually do what we're doing here? No. But I also don't have the full 8-hour stream today, so I kind of require this. So we can tomorrow be in Torment 12 already. I mean, cannot blame me for being lucky with the Echoing Hatred, I guess. Right? I mean, it's actually ridiculous that we got one. I don't even know what to say. So while the barbarians are doing their barbarian stuff, let's just spend our Paragon points. So we're going to go for the Convergence board because the Convergence board is actually lit. Has bonus attack speed. Not sure what we're going to go for here, but we're going to have to see. And then we're going to go into the Vicious Shield board, last but not least. I was spending my Paragon points! Come on, barbarians! What is this? A game for ants? Okay. Been trying to kill Mephisto, but I'm just strong enough or not strong enough. Honestly, Davey, it might be your build. Like, some builds are just not meant to kill Mephisto, just FYI. Man, I just noticed this on my Paladin. So my Zeal Paladin couldn't kill Mephisto, but my Clash Paladin can, and it was so stupid. Pony didn't even notice my Flawless Roderick skull. When I see the 24... Oh, damn. Those 32%, huh? Oh, you get quite some of them. Like, did you spend a little bit of time in the... What is it called again? In the Seer's Reach dungeon? I mean, I'll definitely have to farm Seer's Reach at some point, but I just don't try hard enough for that. No, like none of my builds has required Seer's Reach farm actively. I think I have like 1 Grand. Chat, I have 1 single Grand Jewel. That's why I always say, generally speaking, the community has better gear, items, and stronger versions of my own builds than me. Because I'm just busy making the builds, right? I'm just busy making builds on different classes. I don't even have the time to do the amount of grind that people are actually doing. Because I'm just busy doing more different things. It's always the funny part for me. And I'm not even mad about that. I'm not. I swear I'm not. It's the same in Path of Exile 2. People just finish like 95, 98. While I'm just play until 85 with my build. Maybe 90. And I do love it when someone actually finishes a higher pit than me with my build because he grinded. You're laying down the groundwork so others can run. Yes, that's how I'm trying to look at it, personally. Oh, is this Echoing Hatred just going super slow? Or is it just me that's not helping and that's why it feels so slow, chat? Is it just me who's not helping? Probably. I'm here. I'm supporting which me. Writhing. Let's go. Look at me, mom. I'm here. I'm doing my job. Choo, bam. Here you go. With Air of Perdition that I just grabbed, I realized that Air of Perdition gives you damage rather than health. Yes, Air of Perdition is a pure damage machina, and you'll lose defense for using Air of Perdition. But it shouldn't matter because damage. Right? See, this is what we're dealing with, guys. Under my Paladin video. What are you talking about? They're only pushing pit 150 in 11-14 seconds, right? Which is quite far away from Necro and Warlock and their 3-minute clear. Chad. That's what I'm dealing with when you make a new build. People that think that bugged builds compare to unbugged builds. Every single day. Okay, we are pit 114 already. The loot is coming. Thank you already for Verbla, Tanya, and Vigo for helping us here today. This is very useful. I mean, I definitely won't have to look for my set pieces because the boxes should be giving me my set pieces. Do you have any build for Rogue? Nope, I'm sorry. I recommend Mippy, M1PY, or Mattis. Those are 2 amazing creators for Rogue that usually have the best up-to-date Rogue builds. Block has been fixed already, yes, and it's not clearing pit 150 anymore. But you know, sometimes people just take ages to catch up. I mean, the Paladin build also never claimed, by the way, to clear pit 150, and yet for some reason people are comparing it. You play with followers. Right now, Tab, we have 3 of our followers helping us with this Echoing Hatred. So I usually play 90% alone, apart from if we do mythical tributes, because that's stupid to do them alone. When we do Echoing Hatred, we usually invite the community, because Echoing Hatred invites are so rare that it's also stupid to do them alone. I mean, obviously, right now, I'm also running around with my absolutely undertuned dude that has like 850 equipment, right? Because we just got that Echoing Hatred invite. And I just got to look out that I don't die. Ow. And the build literally dies when, or the character right now dies when he's being looked at. I just gotta like be outside here on the fringes of society and be like, please don't look at me. Wait, oh no, he teleported onto me, chat. Flee, you fool. That dude wants to kill me. Here, I need this. Then I can just go. No, you shall not catch me. My whole gear is going to be broken in a second. But we're at 135. Was that the magical tier, chat? Where it goes big? Well, 135 was the magical tier where the loot goes bonkers. Please don't touch me. Don't tell me you don't have an indestructible cube on everything. Imrati, I guess the Echoing Hatred would be one of the very few locations where having indestructible on your gear is somewhat useful. Okay, I'm doing my job. Chat, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm helping. I'm helping. Oh god. I'm not helping. I'm doing it. Would you recommend doing the lightning sword build? Yes, absolutely. But it depends on what you want to do. So I, for example, did the crackling energy lightning sword because the crackling energy lightning sword is more fun for me than the ball of lightning sword. So that was really like just all about crackling energy shenanigans. Okay, 138 lads. Big shout out. That's very amazing. Oh, I should probably... Yeah. Activate my loot filter for that. Because otherwise it's going to get a bit busy here. We got a Harmony of Abawaka. Low roll. We got a Penguins that we don't need. We have the Scorn of the Earth we don't need. We got a Band of the... No, none of these is actually needed. Critical strike damage multiplier on a quarterstaff with a poison damage multiplier on the side. The problem is I don't need critical strike damage multiplier on this, right? I haven't actually thought about it, but we probably need a damage over time multiplier. Okay. Out we go. Thank you, lads. It's not a trial version, Juva. It wants to be updated. Wait, I can sound the waking call again? What the fuck? Why do I have a second Echoing Hatred? Why do I have a second Echoing Hatred? Okay, let's first destroy rare, magic, rare. Then we're gonna pick up everything and hope that we get the sets that we're looking for. Because that's the most useful thing about this. So this is gonna give me set charms. So we might actually get our poison set together. Right? I didn't get a single one for the poison set. Wow. Wow. Ooh, mythic seal. Mythic seal, mythic seal, mythic seal. Which one is it? It is the bad one. I got the good one already, so don't worry. It's just nice to have. Look at me, lads. We got one. Okay, we got your poison effects last longer and weaken enemies. Cool. Does that mean I don't have to choose a single form of weaken anymore? Probably, right? Potency skills doesn't work because we need either focus skills or we need a animal skills. So we can do them lore for focus skills right now. This is not a +1. So let's do 3 to 1. Nice. That's 3 to Gorilla skills, and this is what I needed, because now I can swap over the Centipede Spirit Hall to the Gorilla Spirit Hall. Why? Because I'm going to get Barrier. Barrier is going to work together with my Convergence, right? And most importantly, this 3-set bonus has now heal for me. Plus, due to the Gorilla skills and the Focus skills, my Ravager is now above 20. That means that I have 4 ferocity minimum. So I can now put off my Stinger. Pull all these points out, because the main idea is that you can now pull this all away. Okay. And we can actually use the ultimate. Yep. Because we don't need that other one anymore. So I can now put 1 point in the ultimate. Together with when Devour is active, your poison effects have increased duration. We can do heal. Yeah, cool. And we can do the Devour launches 10 toxic globs. Poison damage receives. Okay, yeah, cool. That's amazing. So we can do the Devourer here. We got the Rushing Claw that we can use on the right mouse button together with a counter attack. Then we can put the skill points into the counter attack. And now, where does the rest of the skill points go? We get them all in here. We get the ones in this. I'm probably just jam them into Scourge. Okay, so that one works. We still need the other 2 sets bonuses, obviously. 1, 2, 3. Nice. That's amazing. Phoba. I got Berulinta Phoba. We need potency. No, not potency. Not a Linta. Berulinta Phoba. I need a Fur. Fur is Jack skill. 3. Yeah. Okay. And now we can absolutely just fly through things. Let's quickly go into Torment 6. It should be possible to actually go into Torment 6. Before we do that, let me pick up... So important is we have the Harmony of Abawaka, right? That one is now 25% increased damage per spirit type they have. So this one has Gorilla Jack. This one has now Gorilla Eagle, right? Works pretty good. And we're gonna have to have a damage over time. Damage over... I think I kept one single two-handed weapon that had damage over time on it. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah. The problem is, Spiritborn cannot wield a mace. Very painful, chat. Very, very painful. Very, 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 very painful. Very painful. Very, very painful. You did everything right, or you're punished. Oh. Quickly run down here. Poison. I don't know how to write poison as it seems. Shit, we still don't have the one that we're looking for, right? Okay, we got the resource. We got the... Actually, we don't need the resource anymore. Our poison damage is weakening enemies. So do I even need to look out for weakening enemies? If my poison damage does weaken enemies, right? Vortex doesn't need to generate vigor. That's useless. We have this one. Increased vigor generation, but we don't need vigor. So we got Ravager duration increase. Minimum ferocity. We don't need the vigor per second. We don't need the thorns. We don't need the vigor. We can go for the Scorch also weakens enemies, which is kind of useless though because we have them weakened, right? We do not need to go for the cooldown. We can go for the damage over time. We can go for the bonus damage. We can have the cooldown, and we have the So a 2-point spear that can just be put in here. Let's see, ladies and gentlemen. So now I can just infinitely dash around because I am at 4 minimum stacks. Okay. My gorilla now gives me this. So why can I infinitely dash around? Because I leveled up the Ravager passive to a point where this is now not a problem anymore. Right, I don't have to look for my stacks. I'm pretty much now, from this point on, just eternally zooming. I just have to make sure that my cooldowns are up. I thought this would like be harder to get online, but it's actually really simple to get online. I mean, you pretty much just need skills into Gorilla. That's it. Like, as soon as you have skills in like the skill. Do you think the Spiritborn isn't very much used in the game? The Spiritborn is probably mechanically still one of the hardest to figure out characters. Other characters are just more apparent in what they do. So with Spiritborn, there's a lot of conditional skills, a lot of if then what else skills and that kind of stuff. So I feel like, generally speaking, Spiritborn is just too complicated for most to even bother with. Which it actually isn't. Spiritborn is like really simple. It's just reduce your cooldowns and then just have fun, right? I mean, as you can see, it wasn't like hard to put this together. You just need to know what you're doing, obviously. Surprise. But it wasn't hard, right? This wasn't complicated to get going. It's just like, gotta get there. Colossal, you do increase damage for each cycle resolve you have. Yes, queen. If I now get good items and then we get stacks of resolve, that is going to be absolutely insane, right? So we got Colossal in the convergence board. I need to get strength. Yeah, this is going to be super easy to activate. So I need a Harmony of Abawaka in good roll that I can now temper resolve on, right? I mean, I'm just going to keep the one I have right now because I just have it, I guess. You know, I'm not even going to bother. Let's just put resolve on this one. Oh god, I only have 2,000 Forgotten Souls, chat. We have played too much computer games, but we haven't like really farmed Forgotten Souls. Okay, see, that's the Harmony of Abawaka, and we can now easily already temper on the resolve, right? And make sure that we hit the 12 resolve. Come on, don't be that way. Don't be that way. Don't be that way. Okay, do be that way. I hate you. I hope you die. Thank you. So that's already 12 times 2% more damage. So 24% more damage just like that with the Harmony of Abawaka. Isn't that great? Okay, who has this as 30%? It's 25 to 30. Let's go, chat. Easy life. Do I have boots? Are there unique boots that are amazing that we need, that we don't need, chat? Or should we just go for movement speed boots and be good about this? What do we have? We have movement speed boots here with maximum life armor fire resistance. Yeah, I guess. Then we're just going to remove the resistance and add... Can I reroll something on this one? Yeah, we can just reroll the lightning resistance in things that are not lightning resistance. I mean, preferable all resistance, I guess. Dex. But I prefer all resistance. Thing is, I just don't have the resources to reroll this. right? That's like my biggest issue is I do not have the resources to re-roll this. Actually, I put movement speed on this, but do I even need movement speed on this? Maybe put barrier generation on this one. Because, like, why would I need movement speed? I'm already moving fast enough, right? That might kind of, like, no sense. If you think about it, I'm moving. Why do I need more movement speed? That made, like, no sense. Okay, we're gonna, what do we have? Resolve. So we got the aspect of camera resolve when you dodge. We get kinetic, like, you see, this is always giving us resolve. Don't have like half of the aspects we're looking for. Okay, we're now in Torment 6, ladies and gentlemen. I guess we could go higher already, but again, iterative process, step by step. We're in Torment 6. I need to do a nightmare dungeon. A green date. Watch that damage multiplier video. It's going to help you tremendously. Check your Palace Zeal guide, and it says Temper, Resolute, and Gear. Did you mean Resolve? If it says Resolute, I definitely meant Resolve, sir. I'll double check where the mistake there was. So sorry. So all these enemies, they're dying, right? I don't actually have to check because I know the poison just kills them. Right? I don't need to like hold for a single second because I know these are dead already. Dead meat. Oh. This build is, by the way, better with a white screen. Why? Because you can actually dash further. This dungeon would be so long if you think about it, if you don't actually have a travel skill. I mean, just imagine how long this would have taken me here now. Just imagine it, chat. How long this would have taken. Forever. So you said Paladin Zeal video, there was something wrongly tempered. I'm checking as we speak. Paladin resolve stacking. Yeah. I put in ranks to resolute. Thank you. It was meant to be resolved. The problem is that usually there is only resolve when you type it in. But I completely ignored that there is actually... maximum stacks of resolve, maximum stacks of resolve. Yeah, thank you. I do think everyone understood that, but thank you for putting that to my mind. I didn't even notice it until now. Fixed it. My apologies. Thought I finally get like one planner done without a mistake. Well, pipe dream. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, the full set bonus. Finally, the full set bonus. So we got the Linta, but we're missing the lore. Fur, Phoba, Fur. That's focus skills. I'm just not going to have the resources to get them lore, so I'm losing the focus skills, but we're still staying above 20. 20 is the magical breaking point that you need to reach, okay? Just for you to understand, chat. Once you have that magical breaching point, we're good. Okay, so what does the 5-set bonus now do? It says every 6 seconds, a non-boss enemy who you poison for more than their remaining life is killed instantly and unleashes Scorch. Scorch has increased your poison damage by 250%. If I have that set, do I even still need to play Scorch? Because then technically it just gets unleashed already, right? Is Echoing Hatred the only place to get Mythic Seals? No, but it's a very high likeliness to get Mythic Seals. Because the Goblin backs that you get are so plenty that you're more than likely are going to get one there, Katie. When I've gotten now from 7 Echoing Hatred, I have gotten 2 seals. Yeah, this is exactly how I imagined this to go. See, like, I really don't want to push the pit with this build, as you might understand why, right? If you're looking at the gameplay, this is not what you ever want to do in the pit. But you know what I want to do with this? I want to absolutely fuck everything else up. Because that's what the build is definitely fun for. So no pitting. But fucking everything else up, for sure. We had 22 resolve stacks, right? Is there an upcoming update? There was already a hotfix that fixed the Sork, Warlock, and Necromancer, which all were bugged. So that is now not bugged anymore. I mean, I guess I could go into Torment 8 already, right? I'm not sure if Torment 10 would be possible, but Torment 8 definitely. There's an aspect that stacks your ulti. Yeah, I think it's called the aspect of supremacy that I don't have right now. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? Aspect of supremacy. Sup. It's this one. Enemies you kill while ultimate is active grants you stack, each increasing your damage by up to. When ultimate skills ends, you gain 5 stacks up, but you begin to lose 1 stack every second. Correct? I know what you're talking about, brother. Don't worry. I guess with that, we should be instantly able to go into Torment 10. We can try out. I mean, my weapon is shitty, though, so that makes me sad. What is the aspect of Revelators? That should have been another aspect or. And if so, what aspect? What do you mean? Revelator? There's Reversal, Ghostwalker, Exploder. Okay, how is a Torment boss going to be, Chan? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Poor guy. Okay, we get a better Ring of the Writhing Moon, but mine actually I have is more damage, more awesome. So I assume I have to get like damage over time now on every single item, right? Damage over time, damage over time, damage over time. Jesus. Do I even have damage over time in my box of riches? Okay, we get the supremacy. I can put that on my amulet. Sup. Aspect of supremacy. And then we want to have, I mean, we have infestation here. We're missing, like, the problem is we have infestation, but we don't have pestilence, right? So that aspect is still missing.
It is done.
Let's go rings to hopefully get one. Every ring that's purple is one that gives me aspect stuff. That's kind of like what my loot filter is doing. I intentionally made it this way, so I can actually get excited about finding purple things, because you're like, ah, this is going to be something aspect related. Damage over. Let's see. Do we have damage over time? We got it on a 3 core skills. That's useless. Wow. I really haven't kept a single item with damage over time stuff, because I thought I'd never play a build with damage over time stuff. And here we are now needing things with damage over time, but not having anything with damage over time. Oh, that's frustrating beyond belief, if I might say so. What kind of bonus unique could you play? Right? Is there like a cool is there like a cool unique charm that we could play? I mean, I guess I could just put on the Barbarian one for 100% bonus damage right now. The Blood Mad Idol. Because I'm kind of healing myself, so it doesn't really matter. Right? You just play the Barb Amulet. That's an all-class amulet. Goodness, I love this. No, I love this as long as everything just dies. I know I will hate this as soon as I arrive in the pit, and I'll be having to like dash like 400 times through someone. But I guess we can completely avoid that situation by just never pushing too high into the pit, right? But if you're not trying to do like a pit 140 finisher, where this is going to be absolutely atrocious, because imagine being like in a pack of mobs and not just one-hitting them. I mean, right now my poison just one-hits everything, right? It's amazing, and that's why it's fun. Oh, chat, we're gonna tear Torment 12 up so hardcore tomorrow, that's for sure. I don't think that we're gonna make it to Torment 12 today, sorry for that. We sadly do not have like the lengthiest stream today. A bit on the shorter end. But I hope you enjoyed already so far day 1 of what I could show you. And how it works. I mean, the build is fun. Yeah, the build is fun, and it only needs one single thing to work. 20 ranks in Ravager. That's it. That's it. And the build works. From that point on, everything else is just bonus. So as soon as you have 20 ranks in Ravager, it's just like, you could even get the 20 ranks in Ravager, like over this here, right? Over your yellow charms. And then just be happy about it. Which I find super funny. I think it. Okay, let me see. Paladin? Paladin? Let me show you what I'm talking about. Chat. So I'm talking about the Griswold's Opus, Azure Wrath, Bloodman Idol. So the Bloodman Idol gives us 84% bonus damage. We're permanently berserking, which is another, was it 25% bonus damage? And we're burning ourselves. Now the burning doesn't matter because we're healing with our abilities continuously, right? So I guess even if I'm burning my ass to the ground, I should, realistically, just be happy about the bonus damage, right? Ty got spoils for me. Then we need Pit, Undercity, Pit, Helltide, Undercity. Are we doing so much Undercity? I need to push the Undercity to tier 3 at least. I mean, considering we don't even have a greater FX weapon, we don't have tempers, we don't have anything, let's totally just go to Torment 8, okay? Because why not? People keep leaving mythic runs without using their own tribute. I mean, like, yeah, there is a high amount of scam going on in the mythic tribute farming scene. So people will tell you that they have one, but they're actually lying to you, you know? And Torment just like this is what I was talking about. I want to do runs that are not longer than like 90 seconds, tops 2 minutes, right? If I can do runs below 2 minutes without the stone, that's brilliant, right? With the stone, this should be even faster. Right, technically, we gotta consider that we're actually killing things and then we're already moving on before they even die. I might have to backtrack for blips. Easy 90 seconds run, chat. Oh, there, we got it. Sorry, brother. Sorry, I missed you. It's pretty fucking good. Speed demon. Okay, we got Menagerie Canny Consumption Colossal. The Menagerie works because it's like Gorilla, Jaguar, and Centipede skills, so it's all like doing the thing it's supposed to do. We need the fourth one. So we got Talon, Headhunter, Bane. Poisoning effects have a chance to deal double the amount of damage over their duration. That seems absolutely reasonable, doesn't it? Strength. I need Bane leveled up so it actually is able to take all the nodes. Annoying. Oh, we'll get it done. Sarah, thank you for the 6 months of support. Sarah, that's quite a while already. Hope you're doing good. What stone are you talking about? The stone that allows for faster progress? Sir? The stone that you want every single time you go in Helltide? The Heart of Stone? Okay, Undercity, more set talismans. We need to get the set with all the bonus skill ranks. Probably going to take the longest on this character. I kind of feel that. Wait, we can do Torment 8. Shit, I just opened this. Oh, you know what? I don't care about the tribute. We have more than one tribute. That's fine, chat. I'm sorry. Don't you burn me. Things happen. We got more where that comes from. It's hard to watch all the fast jumping. Yes. It's like Sorg. The problem is that the Sorg teleport feels a bit smoother, I gotta say. I mean, you don't even have to do that much jumping because the jumping is like, how do I say this now? Like, you need to do just an okay amount of jumping, but you don't actually need to bump around all the time. Because the main damage is not the actual jumping. The reason you jump so much is because it's cooldown reduction that you can pretty much use your counterattack over and over again. right? Because every 3 times you use a skill in a row, right, you reduce the cooldown of your other skills. As you can see, I go 1, 2, 3, and then like I counterattack, 1, 2, 3, counterattack, 1, 2, 3, counterattack. So I can just like spam the counterattack, but I have more of these pestilent swarms rotating around me, and that's where like a lot of the damage is coming from, right? When you have that going on. So that's kind of like why. Jumpy and bumpy so much. Same goes for your ulti, right? Your ulti lasts for a while and actually gets extended duration due to you doing things. And then as soon as your ulti is available again, you kind of like, or if it's on cooldown, you just jump around and just get it off cooldown like really, really effing quick. Right? Do you prefer the new random unique skill or when they had a set one each time? What do you mean random unique skill? I literally don't know what you mean. I pick up a pair of gloves and it has different ones each time, like affixes. Ah, the random. Now I see what you're saying. Random affixes on uniques. Yeah, I like random affixes on uniques. I was torn about it at first, but I think it's actually good for the game. Because right now, crafting perfect items is super easy. Right? I mean, crafting perfect items is the easiest thing in the world. It is not complicated to make perfect items. Once you get the hang of it, once you know how to do it, you can just do it over and over and over again. It's like very, very, very simple. Lucky hit. Not a single one. So it is like either you like it or you hate it, but I think it creates like an actual chase, right? So you actually wanting to look for specific items, and I think that's good. Because I'm just like on this character pretty much, right? I'm just gonna find a pair of gloves. So I'm gonna go here for gloves, right? That I have in my stash. We get like core skills, that's bad. We get core skills, vulnerable damage multiplier, so I can take this one. Then we're gonna remove the intelligence, so we're gonna just get rid of it, right? So remove intelligence. And now I just want to have damage over time and poison damage preferable, right? So we get vulnerable damage already. I'm gonna add an aggressive one. Ta-da. That aggressive one is poison damage. That's insane. Thank you very much. Then we're going to get critical strike chance. That's useless. And lastly, we're going to go for damage over time multiplier. So that is insane. We're now going to re-roll that crit chance into not crit chance. I mean, damage over time multiplier is somewhat low, but hey. We're going to re-roll that into dexterity probably. Okay, I don't have the salts right now to actually properly reroll that, right? So we're gonna just accept it. Then we're gonna temper on damage over time, right? So offensive, damage over time. Try to high roll that. And I almost have the perfect pair of gloves, right? So I mean, look at this. I just made this. If this was in any way, like if uniques had like fixed stats, it would be too easy to make good characters. Way too easy. So look, my gloves, before, after, my damage pretty much tripled because of my gloves. Problem, I still don't have an aspect for it. So I'm gonna have to put intercom on this right now. The Horror Grooms, you just literally have to kill things as fast as possible to get as much achievement as possible. And probably with this new pair of gloves, I could just go into Torment 10 now. And I wish I was kidding. By so many uniques being gated behind Astaroth, I fully agree that that is a reason to be annoyed. See if this is enough damage or not. Nah, I probably need a weapon, right? Ah, we were greedy, Chad. We were greedy. We have the damage, right? This is like we have it, but it's just not high enough to be like a reliable source. So we're not putting out enough pestilent swarms now. Oh, I guess we needed to ramp up a bit. So we're at the point where my poison is just stacking hard. See, now my poison is stacking hard and we just got this all covered. I guess it was with the Supremacy that actually makes sense because Supremacy gave me stacks of Supremacy as long as the ulti is active, right? So now I just needed to pre-damage a lot of things. So the Supremacy was like cooking. And then I pretty much just keep my ulti on at any given point. And since I have my ulti on at any given point, I get a massive amount of damage boost. Yeah, that actually makes sense. I never thought about that. So step 1, get Supremacy. Step 2, be happy about it. See, these are 18 stacks, I think, of Supremacy. We also just simply need to make a new pair of pants because a new pair of pants would be more resolve stacks, and we need to make a chest piece that would also be more resolve stacks, right? What I gotta say is that Spiritborn is the first class that actually makes things vulnerable. You know, all my other classes, you know, Cersei rune combos, Cersei rune combos, Cersei rune combo. And like Spiritborn is finally, you know what? Enemies are vulnerable. And you're like, wow, really? We got enemies vulnerable now? That's mad. We don't have to go out of our way to make them vulnerable? No way. I don't like to listen to music while playing. Copyright thingies, my friend. I mean, I'm here on YouTube live. If I listen to music, I always have to look out for separating the audio tracks and that kind of stuff. So I learned a long while ago, if you rely on music to be entertaining on stream, then you should probably work on the entertainment part, you know? Or music is not required, but it has mostly to do just with copyright shenanigans because like it's just bothersome. I mean, first and foremost, like the music I like to listen to is 80s, 90s, and 2000 music. And all of that is copyrighted. So I couldn't listen to it anyways and display like without legally being liable to, you know. So yeah, that's that. Okay, that was easy. Maybe a bit too early considering that we don't really have like a big weapon yet, but hey, it works. Ladies and gentlemen. By the way, do you have to like click left and right of this boss? Now you just have to mouse button right now. I'm not spam clicking it or anything. It's just holding it down. Cut out. Let's make Bane 25. Colossal 25. Let's make... I think I'm making them all 25 so the range is increased because now like with Colossal being 25. Love your builds and content, Abrahamo. Thank you for the $10 donation. That's very kind of you. GG, my friend. So we now have this, and that was very important as you can see because this activates now. Simple. Isn't there a law? I mean, try to like copyright shenanigans. Maximum resource, no. Okay, so we are technically Torment 10 ready. Practically, I'd like to have a new weapon. Right? I guess we're going to stay like Torment 8 for now. That's going to get an annoying noise having to listen to this the whole time. Okay, amulet I want with a damage over time, technically, but practically not. A ring, also damage over time. Yeah, technically I want damage over time, greater affix. Do I have pants? Chest. Let's first check for a chest. Maximum life, thorns. Just take a maximum life chest. Remove. Right? And now we're gonna add an affix. And we can focus reroll until we get ranks to counterattacks. Let's go. And then we're going to add maybe dexterity to be safe. Right, another defensive one that is fire resistance. And then we're gonna add dexterity. Just to be safe, because now I can take the fire resistance and I can just re-roll that into armor, right? Like, technically I can re-roll that into armor. Like, I can just re-roll that into armor. As I said, into armor. As I can just re-roll that into armor. Armor. No, armor. No? Okay. So I cannot reroll that into armor, but I can temper on 12 resolve stacks. Okay, let's go. So now we get 2 items. That's good. I like that.
This should be interesting.
Now we could play the exploiters on. Should work very well. Now, what are my second rune set gonna be? We get the Vortex rune combo. I mean, so far, I'd probably go for a Vex rune combo. I'd like do a cooldown skill and then Vex rune combo. Probably. If I had Vex, but I don't have Vex with me. So we'll just do Druid. Pans, I don't have the resources for pans as you've just seen there, my friend. I just literally do not have the resources. I mean, I need a pans with preferable. Here, I could take maximum life. Remove resource. Remove utility. Remove resistance. Focus reroll. Dexterity. Add defensive. Add defensive. YOLO gamble focus reroll and maybe hit max life. Remove resistance. Add defensive. Remove resistance. Add defensive. Try to reroll life regeneration into armor. Okay, I really don't have the resources to reroll that into armor right now, so get resolve stacks. Again, every resolve stack is 2% more damage. So you might understand why I want the resolve stacks so badly right now. Because that is just my biggest single-handed gain of damage. Okay, that at least worked out. So we still have to reroll these until we finally hit what we want to hit. Why does barrier generation work? Because barrier generation is going to have my passive, my spirit hall, just be more efficient. So that does actually work. 12 resolve stacks. Okay. I'm starved for souls. Yeah, I mean, I have like the, here, 945. So we're sitting at 9,000 souls. Ta-da. I've been saving, chat. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to show you up like that. Apologies. So this instantly makes me undying because we just have like Lynn's Anvil going on, right? So I can now reroll the barrier generation until I hit armor, which is still taking a ludicrous amount of time to hit the armor and a ludicrous amount of money. I mean, again, I'll die on this hill, but the developers are playing with infinite money, right? Chad? You can tell me what you want, but the devs are playing with infinite money, and like nothing can convince me they're not. There might be easy sources of money, but that doesn't like make it still the simplest way to just have enough money. No, I'm sorry. There, so far from what I know from the creator inside, there are no plans to make the War Plans account wide. I think it will be addressed in the next season. Hopefully addressed in the next season. But I have nothing definite for you. Helltide Harbinger. Don't mind me stacking up. So we might have jumped a bit early into Torment 10, but considering we're in Torment 10 with an 850 item power weapon that's completely random and that doesn't do anything for our build, while missing 3 of our main damaging aspects, I think we're kind of like fine, right, Chad? I mean, my gloves are definitely playing the standstill aspect. So I guess for what we're doing, we're fine. It should probably farm like in Torment 8, so things just die quicker, right? That's, by the way, why we're playing the Exploiters aspect, because you're like fearing the enemy, you're knocking them down, you're pulling them around, so you're doing them dirty like on every single front. And the idea is that you just stagger, stun, annoy them so much that they become unstoppable. And your Exploiters aspect would instantly give you like that 50% bonus damage, right? So that's 300 million damage already. We're moving slowly into the billions, chat. But we actually do only see the crits, which is funny because I don't actually see the damage over time. We'll probably have to just activate the damage over time here right now. What was the masterwork thing you did after you masterworked it fully? So after you masterwork, if you masterwork an item 25 times, you will get one of the affixes will be boosted permanently in higher. And you can then choose to reroll that boosting onto whatever you want. And I rerolled this until I got the masterwork, the 25th upgrade, until I have that on my resolve, because I want the maximum resolve stacks to be as efficient as possible, right? Because the maximum resolve stacks, it gives me a huge damage boost. I mean, I get 2% per resolve stack. I have 46 resolve stacks. So alone that is right now providing me with 80% bonus damage. And on top of that 80% bonus damage, I am also getting defense per resolve stack. So that is 4% more defense per resolve stack, which also leads to like later a 90% all damage reduction. So quite useful, as you might think. Yeah, this is a rather fun brain dead way to play. It feels a bit like my Sork, only that the Sork did do more damage, but then again, I think we can get close to these levels as well, that everything dies on contact. I mean, my ultimate goal would be that we reach Torment 12 with this, right? And everything would die on contact. It's kind of like the point I want to reach. Right? On contact, instant combustion. It should be possible. Do you only gain damage with Resolve on Spiritborn? No, also defense, because I get Glint's Anvil. So we get damage and defense. K-Dot. Here, we have Glint's Anvil as well. But we need the goddamn offensive aspect, which is like really crazy that we don't have these. I mean, I am missing a lot here. So we now gotta roll like gloves until there's no tomorrow. Like I gotta go for a nightmare dungeon. So this is the smartest thing I could do right now. I should find a nightmare dungeon that says, ooh, treasure breach, ladies and gentlemen. That says treasure breach. Yeah, I should find that, but not for today. Obol Reserve. Because Obol Reserve would give me so many obols that I could then just permanently gamble for things and hopefully get something out of that. And then get something out of that. And then get something out of that, right? Did that just say treasure breach? Oh, hell yeah, it did. Okay, by the way, this one is not a good weapon, right? But it's at least a weapon. So we're going to take this, remove the affixes. We're going to get rid of the vigor on kill. So that's resource. Then we're going to get rid of the vigor on kill. That is resource. So then we're going to add an affix, and that's going to be an offensive one. So we're going to add critical strike damage. We don't want this. So it's focused reroll until we get damage over time multiplier in a 60%. And if I don't get damage over time multiplier in 60%, I don't want it. So you're pretty much just going to sit here, just jam this. Do we even need weapon damage? That's the big question, right? So this is only like a stopgap measure because obviously we would rather have one with a greater affix to damage over time. But you can't always get everything you want, so we just gotta hope that we now get here. The first one at least correct. And poison damage multiplier is not an option, right? It's only damage over time. I don't get damage over time, it's a big bust. 40, nah. I mean, let it at least be 50. I don't want to be greedy, chat, right? We don't need to hit the 60, but at least 50. Who am I kidding? It's 60 or go home. Poison damage on 20. Technically, I should be happy with that. Practically, I'm just not. Right? Come on. 50. Don't be so stingy, you little shit. I mean, at least there's a short key for this. In case you didn't know, the short key, it's F. It makes re-rolling that many times here way easier. Because otherwise, it would be really frustrating to... 32? 32 my ass. Right now, it's just making fun of me. And if I have to roll away the 200 aggressive tuning prisons, I'll do that. Okay. Why do you want damage over time more than poison damage? Because poison damage is 20% and damage over time is 60%. So... That's why you want damage over time over poison. Because it's the higher multiplier. Okay. Then just don't give me... Okay, 44. It's 44, Chad. We're anyways gonna roll until we have one. That's weapon damage, and then we get all damage. See, that's fine. It's fine. I am fine. This is super good. Non-physical damage enemies that are hindered or weakened, but that's not what we want. This one needs to have the aspect of... what was it called again? Infestation on it. And we have that as the lowest roll possible, by the way. Right? Okay, then we can temper on this one. I wonder if attack speed still affects the quickness of dots, because there used to be a phase where more attack speed meant that dots are being applied faster, or dots are ticking faster. Not completely mistaken. Okay, damage over time multiplier, these thingies, that thingy, damage over time, dots, thingies, sockets. I should be making ground emeralds. Okay, that's actually cheat code, Chad. Why is that so important? Because the poison damage multiplier now works on the convergence to actually boost that one up. So the amount of damage gain I just got is insane. Let's actually do another pit 10 quickly, just to see like the advantage of what we had before and now. So this is now with a new weapon, an actual 950 item power weapon, right? Like, you remember our first pit 10, right? How quick that one was. Oh, we're seeing bursts for billions, Chad, already. So that's cool. The crit poison burst for billions. I don't actually want to know how much actually the actual damage over time is hitting, right? We're just jumping through. Everything dies on contact. See, this is what I wanted to achieve. Okay, so slight improvements, ladies and gentlemen. Everything dies on contact. It's going to be really hard to collect the blips from the stone because we're just killing everything. Right before it actually goes there. But you know what? Tomorrow, our glyphs will be leveled up like there's no tomorrow. I mean, we're going to be so quick about leveling up glyphs. Because we can just pretty much... We can just bump jump into everything. I have to do like weird passes to like get the blips afterwards, you know? Actually kill everything and then just return like 4 seconds. Oh, I forgot there's a boss, Chan. I kill everything and then just return like 4 seconds later. Mental. The ring doesn't have damage over time. We don't want it. Okay, which glyph are we going to level up first? You know what? The ones that get +4 still. +4, +4, +4, +4, +4, +4. The guide to Brahamo, the only thing you need to make this work, basically, is 20 ranks in Ravager. Because if you have 20 ranks in Ravager, which is a focused Jaguar Incarnate and currently Gorilla skill, then your Rushing Claw will always have 4 stacks of Ferocity, because your minimum stacks of Ferocity are now 4. Okay? Ravager with Ferocity minimum into Rushing Claw and Charge Refund. That's the only thing you need to make it work. Now, there comes actually way more afterwards, but that's minimal required. You want a rare ring with Jay over time? No, Kimborch. I appreciate you offering, but we have to get our own things. In that regard, I'm a bit solo self-found. I mean, unless, again, I need something that I absolutely cannot find myself, and it prevents me from making a piece of content. But, you know, that is not the case here right now. Okay, Torment 10, instantly easier to deal with. I mean, not that Torment 10 was difficult to deal with, but now that we have the new weapon, this is better. And it's not even like a good new weapon. Just the crazy part. Right, so we have a new weapon, but it's not a good new weapon. Oh, Prankster! What happens when I, like, leave this, but the Prankster isn't dead yet? Chan. What then? Does he still die even when I left the instance, or does he get put into like the nether realm? Technically should die, right? Any tips for your necro build? Get the weapon as soon as possible with like the highest damage multiplier possible, and then you're good to go. Did a message die? Yeah, but we also made sure that it dies before we leave. You know? This would have probably been a good league start character just for tempo reasons, right? So, by the way, this is currently also the stage of the build not abusing a bug for 600% bonus damage. So if you actually wondered how do like Spiritborns do so insane damage, there's a bug I could now use that seems to be a very well-known bug in the Spiritborn community that would give me instantly 600% bonus damage on the damage I do. And I would have to change nothing about the build. Right? I could just keep on keeping on what I do here right now, and I would just get 600% more damage. And every single Spiritborn in the top 10 leaderboard is using said bug. And the bug has to do with invoke the Spiritborn's concussive stomp. Invoke the Spiritborn's concussive stomp. Invoke the Spiritborn's concussive stomp. Oh, and guess what, Chad? Invoke the Spiritborn's concussive stomp. Ta-da. It's almost like that all the top pushers always abuse something for more benefits, huh? What is the bug? I'll tell you, because honestly, you might get stuck if you want to push and not know how to do it. So if you invoke the Spiritborn's concussive stomp with runes, okay? You need to invoke it with runes. It's necessary with the Zig rune. Then you can choose to go for 500% bonus damage and for 100% bonus damage, okay? So you choose these 2 points. And if the concussive stomp triggers over your rune, that 600% bonus damage applies to all your skills. Not just to the skills it says, to every single skill you use. Okay? And suddenly, you have 600% more damage. Which is super not okay and quite stupid, but hey. Sometimes it is what it is. Pit, nightmare, pit, keys. Wow, that's double keys. This could be easily Mephisto territory for those keys. Right? Now, are we going to use that bug? No. We'll try. Like, the goal is to get Torment 12 without set bug. Completely. And we'll see how strong is Spiritborn actually if he's not abusing shit. Right? Oh, I could get gorilla or centipede skills. Both would work. And I don't see a single one here right now. Gorilla skills on lore. Thank you. Gorilla skills is the best because it will affect every single one. Where centipede just doesn't affect every single one. Centipede skills. That was gorilla. The centipede would only affect the centipede. Well, gorilla affects like really everything because everything is a gorilla skill right now. Yep, I've done 135 without bug, 140 with. You can use it. Like it's a free country. Use away whatever you feel like. Just you know, be open about it. I think this is always the most important part, right? That in case you are actually abusing a bug, then be so fair to tell the people that the achievement you have was only able because of the bug. Because the worst case scenario is always when people pretend they're not using something, right? And then it's just like people are left wondering why they can't achieve the same results. You know, why can I not get that much damage? Well, the reality is that you're just having some integrity, right? It's like an open secret about that Spiritborn bug. I guess since it's not leading to negative Integra damage, right? It doesn't have that much priority on Blizzard's checklist yet. Because, I mean, 600% bonus damage is nice, but what's 600% bonus damage in the grand scheme of things compared to a Warlock or a Necromancer build who both do like negative Integra damage, who literally break the damage calculation in the game because they're getting infinite damage. Bug pushing is boring. Yep. The worst part is that actually like pushing the pit or the tower requires bug abuse, right? That's the sad part. This is why I'm generally never interested in pushing any kind of leaderboard, because you always have to pull every single trick, right? It doesn't matter if you care about abusing bugs or not. Like if you then want to push, you have to abuse them. You don't have a choice. There's no like, oh no, I want to take the moral high ground and not use the bug. Yeah, then you just can't compete. You know, congratulations on your moral high ground. That's quite useless. You can stuff your moral high ground in your ass right now because you can't buy yourself anything from that. Just build up on MOBA? Nope, sir. We're still in the cooking phase. I mean, this character is now 4 hours and 52 minutes old. Okay. Four hours, 52 minutes. There is a lot of cooking left to be done before we get somewhere. We have 850 item power rings, amulets. We just crafted like 3 good items. Our harmony is terrible. The boots are fine. The weapon is okay-ish. Our glyphs are all like not a single one is legendary. So you notice there is kind of some things that we still have to get further forward before we can talk about any kind of, you know, build guide for you. Or at least we can upgrade things with +3. That's nice. Why are they doing a Hordes event? Okay, the reason why Blizzard is doing a Hordes event is actually very simple. Blizzard has 3 events they do. That is Tree of Whispers, Goblins, and Hordes. And that's where the creativity ends. We have in Diablo 4, never had a single other event. Tree, Hordes, Goblin, and Mother's Blessing for bonus XP. So there's actually 4 events that Blizzard is able to do. The rest just leaves their amount of creativity. There's nothing else, right, they can imagine to possibly do to actually make it interesting. Yeah. I wish this was a joke, but so far it's not. There has literally never, ever been a different event. So, yeah. Make out of that what you want. That is what it is. Super. Thank you very much for your Prime subscription and support. This is also where we have to end the stream, ladies and gentlemen. Again, for the people who want to start early already. You can level with this. I leveled with this all the way. The one thing that you need is Ravager on rank 20, okay, plus 5 skills to Ravager to have it have 4 stacks of ferocity, and then you can infinite dash dish already with the charge refund and rushing claws. That's it. You don't need anything more. Then you can, without a basic skill, without a like Stinger, I use Stinger actually, just fly through the campaign, through the leveling, or you level with stashes. We will have a full build for this. We'll have a planner for this and everything, but we need to cook more tomorrow to get this done. I am over for today, so thank you for coming, watching, lurking, chatting. I wish I could continue, but I can't. I got a date with my daughter to school stuffs. I'll be back tomorrow for more. Until then, take care. Watch the Paladin video. Say it's the greatest Paladin build you have ever seen. It's okay to lie. See you tomorrow.